For Yah righteousness, Jerusalem and the Holy See, peace and blessings to everyone. This is February 16th, 2013. Okay, can everybody hear me out there? Okay. All right. So, hope everybody is in good spirits and moving forwards and upwards and in harmony with Yah. The last time we were on January 5th, we talked about how Esau is ringing the bells and the buzzers and the gongs and, like the mouse in the maze, trying to put everyone in a catatonic state where they can't really discern what's going on, okay? Because he's propagandizing the masses, telling people that everything is getting better, the stock market is rising, but again, the people don't have any money to put in the stock market. So who's driving that? Okay, it's all artificially done by the manipulators, the illuminated Amalekite international banker. And they're trying to do their best to take people away from truth and keep people from seeing and understanding what's actually going on in the world today. Amidst all of the upheaval, economic and ecological collapse, and in essence, Yah's judgment that he's bringing on the inhabitants of the earth to make his judgment rest for a light of the people. That's in Yeshaya chapter 51, verse 4. And so the Illuminati Edomite, they understand that Yah's way is here in the midst of the daughter of Babylon. Isaiah, Yeshaya chapter 52. And Yah is bringing his truth out to the people of the world, all who's seeking Yah in some shape, form, or fashion, peace and or truth and or righteousness and or salvation from up under this demonic, satanic, oppressive system that overspreads the earth. Now, many of you probably heard about the so-called comet the other day that they showed a picture of flashing across the sky, right? And we here at Yah Righteousness, we perceive that as some show that they put on for the public, right? They shot something across the sky, had the cameras there, right? Some more nonsense, some more lies and deception to cloud people's minds, to distract, okay? To confuse, and to keep people in a state of fear and trepidation, all right? That's always one of Esau's tactics, okay? To deceive, to intimidate, to put people in fear where they can't think straight, right? To bring on stress. And as some of you, if not all of you, have heard, stress kills, right? And again, they know that the majority of the children of Israel, without a doubt, are under stress because we're under the curse. Now, many of you out there have probably heard about the young lady, 15 years old, Hadia Pendleton, that was killed here in Chicago, created a big, outcry. But again, it's been many of our young folks and young adults who have been killed through gunfire and basically gunfire, you've probably heard the gangs here in Chicago. This is going on in many places, not only in Chicago, but in the United States, the daughter of Babylon, and in the world. Many of you have probably heard about what's going on over in Mali, okay? And that's, again, the Illuminati Edomite has divided the Malians. You've got the North and you've got the South. He being the daughter of Babylon in the United States has got some of his soldiers over there backing one of the factions. I think it's the faction in the north. I'm not sure. I read a little bit about it, but I don't get that deep into it because, again, it's divide and conquer. And I know that the Illuminati Edomite is arming both factions, just like they do here in America with these young brothers and sisters, okay, in the different cities around the country and various other places. They arm them with arms because we don't own any munition factories. We can't make any weapons. But they put them at our disposal where we can purchase them, right? Just like the drugs, the illegal drugs, right? Just like what we see down in Mexico, okay, and various other places, and he's got all kind of things going on. Again, the people are in economic collapse, so they go to various means to try to sustain themselves. We talked about this in the very first show we did with Mark Sims back in 2006 that you can listen to on the recording that we had to re-record because of Sopa People last year. And that's the first show that we ever did, basically in the public's eye. That's when Yah lifted up himself in August of 2006. And I talked about how the Illuminati Edomite, through the removal of corporations out of this country, which again is cited in Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 47, verse 15, the merchants that have been with this country from its youth, from its beginnings, have wandered everyone to its quarter. And as it says, none of these merchants would save the daughter of Babylon. 47th chapter, Isaiah, Yeshaya, right? And we've seen the massive exodus of these corporations over the last 40 plus years that have fulfilled that prophecy. And so now you have just more or less a skeleton crew of merchants left here, subsidiaries or what have you. And this is what has created massive unemployment, which has hit the communities of the children of Israel that are here in the daughter of Babylon, in a massive manner. It has created massive unemployment. And then you have many people who are working that are underemployed. We've talked about these things in the past. As many, I know all of you, not, all of you, many of you see, people are underemployed. You might have heard the President Barack Obama the other night on the State of the Union address talking about a minimum wage of $10. But even if you were making $10 an hour, that's still not enough money with rising inflation, massive inflation, if you will. Many of you have probably heard about what's going on over there in Britain about the horse meat being used in meat products, being sold in burgers, okay? And horse, the selling of horse meat for food, that's a form of inflation because horse meat is a lot cheaper than beef and lamb, right? And they, from what we understand here, many of these burger chains here in America have been selling horse meat for years, okay? I mean, I heard this years ago. I was telling some people last night in a conversation, about 14 years ago, I heard this, on this show here in Chicago, a DJ, his name was Purvis Fan. He used to have a show that used to come on here in Chicago from 11:30 in the evening to 12:30 in the morning, and I used to watch him most every night, Monday through Thursday anyway, and he brought that out back in about the late 90s, about 99 or 2000, he brought that out, that they were selling horse meat in many of these burger chains okay, nationwide burger chains. So, this is why we have to be real cognizant of what we eat, where we eat, how we eat, that those of us who are in pursuit of Yahoo, doing all we can to be in harmony with Yah, are eating, hopefully, correct, and not eating things that we shouldn't be eating that will keep us cut off from Yah, keep us from being able to illuminate to the highest level possible in captivity, because we need all the illumination that Yah will give us to navigate these days, these times of trouble, okay, that we see that Yah talked about through Jeremiah in chapter 30. That day is great, and we've talked about this in the past. It is even the time of Zion's trouble, not Yaakov. That's another place where the Illuminati Edomite inserted the name of Yaakov for Jerusalem or Zion or the house of David, to try to throw you off again so you don't understand who that's actually talking about. But as you see there in Jeremiah chapter 30 verse 5, Yah says, it's even the time of Zion's trouble. He's talking about his arm in captivity, but they shall be saved out of it. And that's the movement that Yah is preparing as we speak, the Jerusalem movement. Those who turn to Yah, who become complicit and submissive and in total harmony with Yah's law. Again, I direct you to Deuteronomy chapter 30, the first 3 verses, and pay particular attention to those 3 verses, and pay particular attention to verse 3, the first 2 words in verse 3, okay, where it says that then, in reference to what? Verse 2 in chapter 30 Deuteronomy, when all the things, the blessing first, then the curse would come upon the children of Israel. And this is Moses talking to the children of Israel before he died and before they crossed the Jordan to go into the land of Canaan in 1400 BCE. And he told them, when all these things have come upon you, the blessing first, then the curse, and we call all these things to mind in the nations where we would have been driven, where we are today, right? And the only way we could call these things to mind is to actually go into this book of remembrance, this so-called Old Testament, and read it, Genesis through Malachi. And then in doing so, we would awaken. Okay? It's a process of awakening. And that's what you see in Isaiah chapter 44. That's what you see in Yeshaya chapter 6 at the back end of the chapter. Okay? That's what you see in Hosea chapter 6 at the top of the chapter. Right? After 2 days, Yah would revive us, or 2,000 years. And the third day, the third 1,000, he would raise us up and we would live in his sight. You're not alive until you get this law, until you read this book of remembrance. That's what Moses told our forefathers in Deuteronomy chapter 30 and chapter 32. He had laid before them life and death, right? He had given them the law the second and last time before he died and before they went into the land of Canaan. You know, at Yah's behest, his direction. He told Moses to give him the law one more time. Okay? And it's conditional. All right? Always has been conditional. To be in Yah's good graces, to be blessed by Yah, you must be in harmony with his law. Again, I direct you to Malachi chapter 4, where he says that he would bring forth El-Eah the prophet. Again, he's not talking about somebody named El-Eah. He's talking about his movement in reference to El-Eah in 1 Kings chapter 18. And when you read chapter 18, 1 Kings, what did El-Eah say to the people? How long will you halt between these two different, again, not opinions as you see written there, that's Esau's translation, but these two different ideologies? Because what did he say? If Baal is the creator or God, then serve him. If Yah is the creator or God, then serve him. But in other words, stop saying that you're serving Yah and Baal is his son. And again, this Jesus, Yeshua, Yahashua today is the Baal of yesterday. Just a different name, but the same, predicated on the same lies and deception. Okay? And so that's what Yah meant in Malachi 4, when he said he will bring forth El-Ir the prophet before the coming in the great and dreadful day of Yah that shall burn like an oven. Okay? To direct, not turn, because no human can turn another human, but you can direct them. To direct the people back to Yah. To shepherd the people back to Yah. To feed the people the truth of Yah. Okay? And what does he say? Remember the law that I gave to you by the hand of my servant Moses with the statutes and judgments. Same law, right? Same law that he gave Adam and Eve in Genesis chapter 2 verse 7. When it says he breathed the breath of life through Adam's nostrils, man, Adam, right? And he became a living soul. You're not alive until you get this law. So when the children of Israel start reading this book of remembrance, Genesis through Malachi, right? When they start reading this book in its entirety, like the book that it is, they start to awaken. Yeshaya chapter 6 at the back end, right? Yah equates us as oak or teal trees. He's only talking about the seed in Isaiah 6 at the back end, right? He's talking about the males only, not the females. But when you go to Yeshaya chapter 44, now he's talking about Israel as a whole. Right? And he said we would pop up like willows by the watercourses, and he would pour his spirit upon us, and it would become like floods upon the dry ground. So when it says it would become like floods, it doesn't start out that way. It starts out trickles, right? Sprinkle. Similar to what you see there in the back end of chapter 52, Yeshaya, Isaiah, in regards to the kings. Okay, and the publication that was to be sent to the elite, these kings, these monarchies of the earth, these ruling monarchies, okay, who are over in Europe, England, Belgium, the Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, okay. That publication that you see in Yeshaya chapter 52 was sent to them. Okay, back in 2004, they were sprinkled. Okay, not, it wasn't a deluge, it wasn't a torrential downpour, it was a sprinkling, because you only got a few ruling monarchies. You follow? Okay, so again, when this took place, now that's when the monarchies, they got their heads up on the movement of Yah. Okay, because we can see in Yeshaya 49, in Yeshaya chapter 52 there, in Yeshaya chapter 60, it's the monarchies that Yah is going to bring to embrace his movement, okay, and to convey it, his movement that represents him, that he raises up, to convey it back to Jerusalem. And that's the next movement to be taken back. And Yah has cut out the stone out of the mountain without hands, Daniel chapter 2. He is preparing that stone as we speak. That stone that comes out of the mountain as a stone, but starts to grow into a mountain. As others, humans, people of the earth, gather into it. right? And at the end, that stone will turn into a mountain that will fill up the whole earth. And then the whole earth will be the kingdom of Yah forever. And when I say at the end, that's at the end of these 4 kingdoms of man, of which the world is in the last days of the 4th kingdom of man. And Yah, again, is bringing his judgment. 51:4 Isaiah Yeshai. He's bringing his judgment on the inhabitants of the earth to make his judgment rest for a light to the people. Because when you go to Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 60, how does it start out? Arise and shine, for the glory of Yah has risen upon thee. For the earth is in darkness, and the people of the earth in gross darkness. Because their minds have been shaped and formed, okay, sculpted, if you will, inseminated with lies and deception through the houses of miseducation that they call these colleges and high schools and grammar schools, right? Kindergartens, right? That have been set up by the Illuminati Edomite to inculcate into the people's minds and heart lies and deception, cockatrice, serpent's eggs. Yeshaya chapter 59, right? That's all people, not only the children of Israel. That's all people, right? But you see in Jeremiah chapter 8 verse 17, in regards to the children of Israel, Yah said we would be scattered for our iniquity into the nations of the earth, where we would be whipped, where we would be bitten by serpents and cockatrices that would inseminate these lies and deception, poison into our minds. Okay, as you see in the 59th chapter of Yeshaya, that we would eat these lies and deceptions, these cockatrice eggs. We would swallow them down, they would digest in our minds and in our heart, and we would be filled with all misperceptions like black and white, denoting people by conditions of color instead of nationality, right? Being told that we were living in freedom and liberty, where we could do whatever we want, okay? Which is not what Yah has put forth in his law. We must obey his laws and commandments and statutes and judgments and ordinances and adhere to his testimonies, where we can witness, testify, right, ourselves. Okay, that's why Yah said, I'm going to give this seed, raise up this seed of David, and he would be a witness to testify, right? A leader and a commander to the people, because he has experienced these different things, and from doing things that were out of harmony with Yah, even when he knew that he was Israel, okay, and his people were Israelites, it still took him a while to get in harmony with Yah, because he went down wrong paths and realized that he was still not in harmony with Yah. And he realized after a certain length of time that the only way Yah, okay, which again, you know, he didn't know the name of Yah even at that time, okay, but he knew that the Creator was not going to truly bless him until he submitted totally to Yah's laws, the Creator's laws, okay, and started to obey. And when he started to do that, then that's when the growth started to really accelerate, and the illumination started to come in more and more, and then he could bear witness that one must totally commit and submit and obey Yah's laws, because you can't make Yah a party to lies and deception. You can't make Yah a party to idolatry. As he says in chapter 42, Yeshaya, verse 8. I am Yah. I am he who creates. That is my name. And my glory will I not give to another, neither my praise to graven images. And again, that's why he said El-Iyah in chapter 4, Malachi, which takes you back again to 1 Kings chapter 18. And the original El-Iyah, what did he say to the people? How long are you going to halt between these two different ideologies? If Yah is the Most High, serve him. If Baal is the Most High, serve him. Okay? But what Esau took out of the book when he translated, El-Iyah said to the people, but stop saying that you're serving Yah, and Baal is his son. It is only Yah, the first and the last. There is nothing else as the creator. Okay? And then Yah's intercessor is not one person, it's a nation of people, the children of Israel, all who turn of the children of Israel and take on their responsibility and obligation and stop perpetrating the ways of other people. Isn't that what got us in trouble as a nation back in 1 Samuel? When the people came to Samuel and said, we want to be like the other nations. We want you to make us a king. And they rejected Yah of hosts from being king over them. And they wanted to be like other people. Isn't that basically the problem of the children of Israel as a whole today? Wherever we are, we, just like it said in the curse in Deuteronomy 28, 15 through 67, 68 really, right? We would be driven into other nations, taken literally into other nations where we would take on their ways and their customs. Isn't that what is taking place? We send our children to the heathen schools to be taught the ways of the heathen, to eat like them, to dress like them, to speak their language, because we don't have an Israelite language today. Again, Zephaniah chapter 3, 8 through the 12th verse. That's when that takes place. And from how we see it, that's the nuclear war that's coming. After that's completed, the destruction of the daughter of Babylon, Yah's going to turn us a pure language that everyone on the earth can call upon him in one consent. And you know it's going to come through the children of Israel, so it's going to be the Israelite language. That's when Yah's established in Jerusalem. And Jerusalem has been cleansed of all idolatry. Okay? Christianity, Islam, Judaism, none of those things will reside in Jerusalem once Yah brings his movement back. His movement out of captivity to Jerusalem, which is again the Jerusalem movement. And that's the one he's preparing as we speak. And before he can do that, and before he will do that, just like Yah's not going to coexist with idolatry, he's not going to coexist with those Edomites in the land. He's going to drive them out first. That's what we're waiting on. And again, the Illuminati Edomite understands this. This is why he's got the gongs and the bells and the buzzers. He's shooting off whatever it was that flew through the sky. He's calling a comet. This is why he's artificially raising the stock market. Manipulation. This is why he's artificially manipulating the price of gold and silver to push them down, to make them look like that's not the thing to go into, to try to shake the people out of these things, to try to dissuade anyone that's taking their paper assets and going into precious metals, trying to dissuade you from doing that. which in fact, if people understand, that's even more advantageous for them right now to take their paper assets and go into gold and silver, because he's pushing them down. He's going to push them down to a certain degree, and then they'll start to go back up again, much higher than they were before he started to push them down. Remember that. He's trying to distract you. He's trying to turn you aside out of the things that you should be doing to prepare yourself. Okay? Because no matter what you see, what you hear, the daughter of Babylon is in collapse. It's never going to revive again. It's going to utter destruction. Nothing's going to stop that. Okay? So again, we have to turn back to Yah. We have to read. We have to study. We have to pray. We have to do in order to be illuminated. That's the only way it's going to happen. We have to turn loose of the ways of man. Just like when you go to Malachi chapter 3, verse 6? You see what it says there? Yah says, I change not. You see it? Malachi 3, verse 6. For I am Yah, I am he who creates, I change not. Therefore ye sons of Jacob are not consumed. He changes not. When you go to the very next chapter 4, again he says to remember the law that he gave to us by the hand of his servant Moses, not only for the children of Israel, but for everybody in the world, all mankind, because those are the tenets of life, for one to prolong their days, for one to acquire wisdom and understanding, knowledge. The same law that he gave to Adam and Eve, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. You're not alive until you get this law and these precepts, statutes, and ordinances and judgments, which gives one the ability to discern all things. Now with that, for all you people out there who will hear this message, who are talking about Yeshua, Yahashua, HaMashiach, Jesus, when you go to when you leave out of the chapter 4 of Malachi, that's the end of the book of remembrance, right? The so-called Old Testament. And again, the book of remembrance, Malachi chapter 3, 15 through the 18th verse, right? Yah had a book of remembrance written up for all who would think upon his name, and they shall be mine in that day when I shall make up my jewels, and I shall spare them as one spareth his own son that serves him. Isn't that what it says? And when you go to Amos 9th chapter, verse 9, what did Yah say? I shall sift the nations of the children of Israel like corn in a sieve. Not the least grain shall fall upon the earth. That's all of those of the children of Israel that turn back to Yah and embrace this law. And again, Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 2, with all their heart and all their soul. And then Yah will remember the covenant that he made with our fathers and bring those who do that back. Amos 9:9. He's going to sift us away from all those who reject Yah's law. Not any one of us who turn to Yah. I don't care where you are. If you're sitting on the moon, if you're sitting on the bottom of the ocean, you're sitting on top of Mount Everest, If you turn back toward Jerusalem and start praying to Yah, and you start obeying all this law with all your heart and soul, stop eating unclean things, chicken, turkey, pork, catfish, any crustacean, chicken eggs, catfish, right? Tuna fish. You stop doing unclean things. You stop eating unclean things. You stop doing unclean things. Obeying the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Yah's Sabbath day, which is today. The seventh day. That's all it says. We look in this Gregorian calendar. When Esau came up with it in 1565, changed time, right? Which Yah told us he was going to do. Daniel chapter 7. They did it they started doing that in the reign of Augustus Caesar, the little horn that popped up on the head of the fourth beast that already had 10 horns on it, each one representative of a king. So we start to obey this law with all our heart and soul. If we do that, Yah will sift us away and bring those of us who do that back. It's conditional. It always has been. We must obey Yah's law. So when you leave from chapter 4 Malachi, that's the end of the book of remembrance, right? For those who go over into the Gospels, the good spell, the New Testament. Isn't that what it says? New Testament. Right there when it says New Testament, that's something different, isn't it? Now for those who hear me say this, and they want to go to Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 31, when Yah says, I'm going to make a new covenant with the children of Israel. And they say, this is what it's talking. What does it say? What does Yah say there? Doesn't he say he's going to make a new covenant with the children of Israel? Not the covenant that he made with our forefathers at Mount Horeb, which they broke. Because when those who are acquainted with that, you understand, when Yah talked to the children of Israel after he, brought them out of Egypt, he talked to them from the midst of the fire as he was on top of the mountain. Didn't the elders get together and go to Moses and say to Moses, you go to Yah, you talk to him, and then you come back and tell us all his commands, and we will do it. Because if we keep hearing Yah's voice, we're going to die. And what did Yah respond to Moses? They have well said all that they have said. Isn't that why Yah had Deuteronomy 18th chapter written? He would raise up one like unto Moses. Haven't we had many prophets? Micaiah, Yeshaya, Daniel, Jeremiah, Elisha, Nahum, Jonah, Micah, Malachi, Zechariah, Hosea. Weren't they all prophets? And many more, and prophetess. We've had women prophets, have we not? And Yah brought his word through all of them at one time or another, rising up early, bringing them to the people when they got out of harmony, when they got out of the path of the law, to direct the people back to him. Again, Malachi chapter 4, I shall raise up Eliah the prophet, not anybody named Eliah, but he's talking about his movement. Again, Jeremiah chapter 23, verse 5, he told you what the name of his movement would be. Yah, our righteousness. Yeshaya chapter 50. What does Yah say there? Who walks in darkness and has no light, but obeys the voice of my servant? Let him trust in the name of Yah and stay upon his strong, his God. The only way you can, anyone, I don't care who it is, can discern the servant of Yah that he is raised up. Again, Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 9. As Yah said there, the seed of David, whom I shall raise up unto thee. The only way you can discern who that is, what movement that is, you have to read this book, Genesis through Malachi. You've got to study it. You've got to turn toward Jerusalem, pray to Yah for the wisdom and understanding of it. And you've got to get in harmony with the law. And the more you get in harmony, the more Yah is going to illuminate you, the more you will see and understand. Then you will know in your heart you're not trusting in flesh. You're not trusting in man, which is a total no-no, right? And that what Yah says in Jeremiah chapter 17, Jeremiah 17th chapter. Woe unto the man that trusts in man and makes flesh his arm, for he shall be like a heath in the desert and shall not see when good comes. Don't we have millions and millions and millions and millions of people on the earth right now, as many of you can see, that can't see, that don't understand? You Israelites out there that's listening to this today and have listened and been reading in this book and studying, praying to Yah for light, illumination. Many of you out there who are hearing this have connected to Yah to whatever degree. He's leaded you to different things that you know in your heart, that you see and understand. You've got different Israelites out there that thought they understood certain things, and they are coming to see that they didn't really understand certain things, because Yah is illuminating you now to see clearly things that you thought you understood that you really know now that you didn't. But you still, and we still have many of the children of Israel who have awakened to the fact that they're Israel, still a minute number to the whole, who are still caught up in idolatry with their Yeshua or Yahashua or Jesus. Again, what does it say at the beginning of that good spell? New Testament. Yah says he changes not. So where is this new coming from? And again, I take you back to Jeremiah 31:31. What's the new covenant? See, the covenant the first covenant that our forefathers broke because they didn't obey all that Yah sent to them by the prophets. Right? You got to the point where they wanted to even kill some of Yah's prophets, like Jeremiah. Right? Isn't that right? So now, again, what's the new covenant? When you read 31:31, Yah still is what? Talking about the law. The same law that he gave Adam and Eve, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. The same law that he said in Genesis chapter 26 that Abraham, he knew would teach his children his commandments, his laws, his statutes. The same law that he gave to the children of Israel by the hand of his servant Moses with the statutes and the judgments. The same law that he's talking about in Malachi chapter 4. To remember, to those of us today, to remember that same law. So now, it's still about the law. It always has been. In order to receive Yah's blessings and illumination, you must be in adherence to his law with all your heart and all your soul. Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 2. So again, I ask you, all who hear this message and will hear it, what is this New Testament? that's telling you somebody supposedly came and fulfilled all of the law, where we can eat anything we want to eat now because he cleaned everything up. I mean, you know, isn't that something totally different? Weren't we warned about this by Moses in chapter 32 Deuteronomy? Weren't we warned about these new idols and images newly raised up, not Yah, but devils that would come on the scene? Again, this was 1400 BCE when Moses told the children of Israel this, before they crossed the Jordan into the land of Canaan, before he died. So why are any of the children of Israel that have awakened still in this New Testament good spell? Why are any talking about any New Testament gospels and the idols of this book, this testament, this New Testament? But they can't see because of something in their heart. What does it say in Jeremiah chapter 17? The heart is desperately wicked. Who can know it? Yah, by the heart, the reins thereof, to give everyone according to their ways. But what precedes one ways? Doesn't desire precede your ways? You have to desire something first in your heart before you pursue it. So you think about that. Now, I got some articles here today. Again, as I mentioned earlier about this Hadiya Pendleton, right? That I know many of you heard about. This little article here in Chicago Tribune, February 10th. And it's the headline, they got a picture of the people in this area. Now, this area is a up-and-coming area, you know, here in Chicago somewhat, right? Because you've got, it's mixed. You know what I mean? You've got people there that have been devastated economically. Some people in that area are subsidized or were subsidized. They're living on the brink, on the precipice, if you will, of economic collapse per se. It's already hit them hard. Then you've got some others of us that have moved into that area in upscale, new developments, new housing, and they, you know, they still have a job and making a decent wage, and they moved into this area. It's by the lake here in Chicago. Okay, it's the area that's right next to what University of Chicago owns for many years, called Hyde Park. Okay, it's right north of what's called Hyde Park here in Chicago. And like I said, it's by the lake, and the developers have come in, moved out many of the poor people, even though you still have, many spotted in different areas, but they've moved out many of the poor people, destroyed the old dwelling places of the poverty-stricken, and some project high-rises that were in the area, and built new developments that, that they were selling for $300,000-$400,000. Over the last few years, they've had to downscale the prices of these places because they weren't moving, right? And so you've got different ones of us who have moved into these areas, and they thought they were in a nice, quiet, enclave, so to speak, and they were more or less impervious to the drama and the trauma, and in actuality the curse, right? Because they don't understand that they're Israel, so they don't understand they got a curse up over. You follow me? And when this young girl 15 got killed in that area, and I know the area well because I traveled through there at different times, right? And they got a big picture here. I'm not going to read any of this per se, just the headline. Hadia's killing rattles neighbors. And they got a picture of one brother. He's got a big frown on his face. He's standing at his dwelling. And another sister, who's, like she's about 35, 37. And she lives in there. She's standing by the park where the young girl got killed. Now, they're upset, okay? And again, this area is called Kenwood, North Kenwood, right? North of what's called Hyde Park. And it says Hadia's killing rattles neighbors. And again, they thought they were impervious per se to this type of this type of happenings, this kind of drama. See? But again, they're Israelites trying to receive in utopia, more or less, in the promised land. You know what I'm saying? The daughter of Babylon. They don't understand where they are. They don't understand who they are. They don't have any understanding about the curse. You follow me? So when these type of things happen, it upsets them tremendously. You see what I'm saying? Because they're asleep, walking dead, zombies, and they don't want to be awakened. And when these type things happen, it shakes them up. And again, this is Yah bringing forth his judgment, making his judgment rest for a light of the people. But you have so many of us that are so in such a deep zombie state, okay, because of what's in their heart. It's going to take a lot more to get them to, at least awaken to where they can at least make a decision on whether they want to fulfill their responsibility and obligation as being an Israelite or not. Because most of us want to remain asleep in the zombie state, walking dead, right? And again, here's another headline. This is February 3rd in the Chicago Sun-Times front page, The Politics of Violence. And it's got a picture of Rahm Emanuel, the ex chief of staff of Barack Obama. Rahm Emanuel, we've talked about him in the past, right? Edomite, you understand, whose father was an Irgunist, one of these terrorists, Edomite terrorists in the land of Israel back in the 40s, right? Was with the Irgun. Rahm Emanuel with the dual citizenship, and he's the mayor of Chicago, right? That's why they brought him here to be mayor. You follow me? Got a picture with him and his police chief. Now it's another article here in this same paper, page 2, Sun-Times, February 3rd, and it's an article about this Israelite sister. It's got a picture of her, and the headline is "The Attitude of a Lifetime. Chicago teacher refuses to let cancer hold her back. She's overcome it 6 times." Now, I read this article, okay? And again, this sister, she's had cancer 6 different times. And when I read this article, 2-page article, not once did she even intimate or consider that is something that she is eating, drinking, possibly, that is causing her to keep having these reoccurrences of cancer. She's had a double mastectomy, okay? She's had 6 different operations, and one of them, they put something in her head, like a time release of some kind of medication to keep her from getting cancer. You understand what I'm saying? She's like a total guinea pig. I mean, giving herself totally to the medical industrial complex. All right? But she has not considered not any way that is something, okay? And her mother died at 35 with cancer, okay? Her aunt, she's had cancer. So what the thing is like, it's hereditary. But not once does she mention anything about what she's consuming, what she's putting in her body, putting on her body. Not once. Okay? And for those of you out there, you probably remembered who, been listening to Yah Righteousness for a while. We've mentioned in the past about the water level of Lake Michigan here in Chicago, and not only Chicago, but Lake Michigan. It's a lot of different states, Michigan, Wisconsin, that border Lake Michigan, right? But here in Chicago, this is in Chicago Sun-Times, February 6th, right? This year, lake water at lowest level ever. All right, and it's it says the water levels of Lake Michigan and Lake Huron are lower than they have ever been. You hear that? The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers said Tuesday, though water levels have been below average for the past 14 years. You hear that? Last winter's lack of snow and the hot and dry summer are to blame for this year's record low. Okay? You hear that? We've had a prolonged period here of dry conditions and conditions that led to high evaporation over the winter. That's what this John Alice, chief of the Great Lakes Hydraulics office at the Corps, okay, the office that monitors Great Lakes water levels. Okay? See? So they didn't have any snow, so they didn't have any runoff of water. Okay, so Lake Michigan is it's down drastically with low water levels. Okay. Now here's another article here about they give you a visual depiction of this module that they're sending up to attach to the International Space Station. Okay? Okay, wait just a minute. Now we got a little private message here, and it's saying that about that 3131 Uremia, Esau interfered with it, huh? And again, when you read 3131 Uremia, when it says new covenant, Yah's talking about he's going to make with the house of Israel, you got many people who will say that's talking about the New Testament. Okay? And that's what does it say? It says Yah's saying he's just reverting back to the law. And he's saying he's going to write the law this time on our heart and on our inward parts. See, again, in ancient times, you'll see in chapter 2 Malachi where Yah says that the people sought the law at the mouth of the priests. Okay? Because everybody didn't have books. It was only a few people who actually had the book of the law. Okay? And that was basically, some Levites, the high priest, some princes, the seed of David at the time, who was governor, whoever that was, and we can see when you read in Kings Chronicles about Yosha, Josiah, when he came up on the throne to be governor over Jerusalem, he was 8 years old. For the first 10 years of his reign, he didn't know anything about the law at all. He wasn't raised in the law. That's how far away the people had gotten from the law. He wasn't raised in the law, didn't know anything about the law. You understand? And then they found the book of the law when he was like 18 years old. And when they found it, it was read to him. And when he heard it, you go in there and read it. When he heard it, he rent his clothes. He tore his clothes because his heart was tender because of all of the judgment that Yah had pronounced on Jerusalem and the people thereof. And so he did all he could to turn the people back to Yah. But what Yah had pronounced on Jerusalem, what he was going to do to Jerusalem and Yahudah, that was in stone and that couldn't be reversed. Okay, and I know many of you out there are privy to what I'm talking about. All right, so therefore Yeshaya, Yah sent word to him to tell him, since his heart was tender, he was not going to bring all of this adversity that he had pronounced on Jerusalem and Yehuda in the time of Yoshua. He would take him away. He was adversity because his heart was tender at all what he had heard Yah had pronounced on Jerusalem. Okay? So again, you see what I'm saying? That's how far the people had gotten away from the law. And this is like, again, around 620 BCE when this took place. Because this is right at around the same time when Yah raised up Jeremiah the prophet, Jeremiah, right? And he started coming through Jeremiah the prophet to bring his word to the people. Okay, like I said earlier, the people, they were so oppositional and rejectionist of Yah's law at that time. You know, if you read about Jeremiah in the book of Jeremiah, you know, many of them wanted to kill Jeremiah. That's just like now. You've got many people in opposition to this message that's coming out of Yah righteousness. Okay? Because they are mad, as Yah said they would in Jeremiah chapter 50 and 51, they are mad upon their idols. You know, and like we've spoken of before, in things we've done in the past, you can knock down. I mean, you understand? Many of these who's mad upon this Yeshua, Jesus, Yahashua, that they're saying is the seed of David, that they're waiting on to be brought down. And I just said to you, and when you read Jeremiah chapter 30, right, verse 9, what does Yah say? He's talking about the seed of David today. He said, whom he will raise up unto the people, not bring down. You follow me? Okay, so now again, you've got these people who are hooked into this lie, this deception, because they're so ensconced, if you will, you know, and their minds are so, and hearts are so inculcated into this lie, into this deception of the New Testament, the good spell, the Gospels, right, and the primary idol of the New Testament. You know, they don't deal with Mary, right? They don't deal with Joseph. They denounce Christmas, right? They denounce Easter, right? But they still hold on to this Jesus, this Yeshua. Now, you know, how can you explain that? That doesn't make any sense at all. You follow me? They still claim they're holding on to the law of Yah, right? They talk about the law. We must obey the law when they're breaking the first commandment. When Yah says, you shall have nothing before me. That's what it said initially. Okay? Before Esau changed it. You know, Yah didn't say, you shall have no gods or no idols before me, which again is still correct. But to be, you know, you have to think about it a little bit longer. You have to have a little more, you know, a little more foundation to truly understand the depth of that. But when it says you shall have nothing before me, that's plain and simple. See, because again, that's why Esau, and we've talked about this in the past, that's why he went in that Genesis when Yah told Abraham to bring Isaac up on the mountain and sacrifice him to me, right? We've talked about this before. And when Abraham was taking Isaac up on Mount Moriah, right? That became Jerusalem, right? Mount Moriah, Mount Zion. And that's what it became. You know, back then it was Mount Moriah, the mountain of Yah, the mountain of he who creates. And when Abraham was taking Isaac up there to sacrifice him, what did Isaac say to Abraham on the way up there? He said, Father, where's the offering? Huh? Where's the sacrifice? He didn't know it was him. Okay? And what did Abraham respond? Don't worry, my son. Yahira, he who creates shall provide. So when he got him up there, he started tying him up. Now Isaac knows he's the offering, right? And Abraham was getting ready to kill him. Now, the spin that Esau, when he translated the book, because he's put spins in different places, many places, right? How did Esau translate it that Yah said to Abraham? Yes, the way Esau wrote it was, Yah said to Abraham, don't kill the boy Abraham, for now I know that you wouldn't put anything before me or withhold anything from me. You know, in other words, putting something before me. Well, we know Yah didn't say that, right? Because Everything is before Yah. He's the first and the last. Everything is before Yah. So he didn't say, now I know. Okay? Because it's nothing that Yah does not know. Right? So he didn't say that. What he said was, now Isaac knows that you don't put anything before me. That was a lesson for Isaac, not for Abraham. As we see, Abraham was going to kill Isaac, right? He was already in harmony with Yah, going to do whatever Yah told him to do. With no equivocation. Isn't that right? So Esau didn't want us today or anything. He didn't want us to understand that principle. You follow me? So now, when anyone out there, when you are talking about this Yahshua, this Jesus, or anything else, okay, is, you understand, on the same plateau with Yah, you know, just like I read earlier in, what's that, 42 verse 8, Yah said he's not going to give his praise to, or his glory to graven images. And again, that's what Yah's talking about in Malachi chapter 4, about Eliah the prophet. He's not talking about somebody named Eliah. He's saying that he's going to bring forth this entity, his movement, that's going to do the same thing in that regard that Eliah did back in 1 Kings 18. And when you go back there again, what did Eliah say to the people when you read it? Didn't he say, how long you going to halt again? Esau's tampered with it. It didn't say anything about opinions. It says, how long you going to halt between these two different ideologies? These two different ways. If Yah is the Most High, serve him. If Baal is the Most High, serve him. But stop saying, in other words, and I know it was there, Esau took it out in his transliteration of the book, right? I know that Elisha said to him, but stop saying that you serving Yah and Baal is his son. Isn't that the same thing what they doing today? With this Yahshua, Jesus stuff? Again, Deuteronomy chapter 32, Moses told them you're going to eventually go, your offspring away from Yah, they're going to start worshiping idols and images. Okay? Newly raised up. Not Yah, but devils. So again, 31:31. It's only taking you back to the law. The people didn't have the book back then. They had to go to the priest. As you see in Malachi 2. They got the law from the priest. They got the law from the governor, the seed of David, whoever it was at the time, if he was about Yah. And isn't that what it tells us when we read the book of Kings? So-called kings, right? That's how Esau got it titled, right? When you read it, doesn't it say at the beginning of each one, when the next one came up on the throne of David, doesn't it say whether he was with Yah or not, whether he was in harmony with Yah or not? Doesn't it say that? So again, it's about the law. It hasn't changed from the law. Again, Malachi chapter 3 verse 6. I Yah change not. It's still about submitting and keeping his laws. Malachi chapter 4. Remember the law that I gave to you by the hand of my servant Moses with the statutes and the judgments. Remember that. Because that's, you understand? That's the tenets of life. That's direction. And by keeping those laws and commandments, now you're in harmony with Yah. Now you're showing forth wisdom. Isn't that what Moses said to our forefathers? I set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. So choose life, O Israel. This is not a vain or worthless thing unto you. This is your wisdom in the sight of these nations. And by this law, your days shall be prolonged upon this earth, upon this land that Yah thy strong one giveth thee. You're not alive until you read this book and you awaken again. Yeshaya chapter 44. Ezekiel chapter 37. Hosea chapter 6. Daniel chapter 12. Many shall awake. It doesn't say all in Daniel 12. Some of that many to everlasting life, because they're going to have children on this earth forever. And in having children here, seed here, you still alive through your children. Some to shame and everlasting contempt, because you've got many Israelites and they still embracing idolatry, the primary idol of the Gospels, the New Testament. And in so doing, they're worshiping themselves as well. Because by worshiping that, it allows them to do what they want to do. Because you know, just like many, you on this internet, and when you go into these, you look at these chat rooms, and you see Israelite movements that are on, you know, that have rooms opened on this internet, and when you look at them, they might have 200-300 people in this one chat room, but it says, you understand, these Israelites know they're Israelites, but they're talking about Yahashua, right? Jesus, right? Yeshua. See? And that's where their heart is. Mad upon their idols. You know, different ones that say, well, how you only going to take half of the book? You know, now what do they mean by that? Because again, if you look at the book that's called the Bible, these two books, you know, that's encapsulated with a wrapper that's called the Bible, two different stories, but the one that's called Old is a lot more, you understand? It's a lot thicker than the one that's called the New. The one that's called the New is about a fourth of the size of the so-called Old Testament. So how you gonna say only gonna take half the book if you're looking at it in that way, you know, that vein? It's not even half the book, the New Testament. It's not even half the book of remembrance, the so-called Old Testament. You know, because they caught up emotionally, some of them. They don't want to deny the New Testament entirely, right? Because that'd be like, you know, denying their mother or their father or their grandfather or their grandmother. They don't want to disconnect themselves from their brothers or their sisters or their uncles or their aunts or their so-called friends. So they'll just tell them, you know, that this has validity. You see, you know, Jesus was black. Yeshua was black. See, they caught up into the, you know, how their minds have been shaped and formed by the Illuminati Edomite. You understand what I mean? With this color, this condition. Remember, color is a condition. It denotes a condition. It's not telling you who a person is. That's why they put, you know, Illuminati put Barack Obama in there, because they know the majority of Israel, as well as people of the world, period, have been conditioned to color, to pigmentation. They don't really know Barack Obama's nationality. They just know how he looks, because their minds have been under control, conditioned. Like I mentioned earlier, what is it? It says here in Yeshaya, it escapes me right now where it is, when it says Yah has been taught by the precepts of man. It's around the middle of Yeshaya. It escapes me right now. We're going to find it for you. But you understand? I know many of you more likely read that. If any of you out there know exactly where that is, right out. Okay, I think somebody popped it up real quick. 29:13. Okay? Right. Thank you, Uremia. Okay, see, that's what I'm talking about. People on the case. You got a lot of people out here. They on the money. Okay, all right. Because there's a lot of information. Sometimes, different things escapes me. I can't remember where everything is, but that's good. That's excellent. That's just what it says. Verse 13. Wherefore Yah said, for as much as this people, talking about us, draw near me with their mouth and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their heart far from me, and their fear toward me is taught by the precept of men. Huh? Serpent's eggs, cockatrice eggs. You remember, Yeshaya chapter 59, right? You remember chapter 8, verse 17. See? So again, they don't want to get these things up. They don't realize that they're still in the matrix. Huh? I know many of you, if not all of you, saw the first matrix. I'm not talking about the first one. Okay? A lot of points in that first one. And that's how they've been inseminated with lies and deception. Okay? But Yah tells us he's the potter, we're the clay. And those of us who turn to him, and give ourselves to him. And so Deuteronomy chapter 2, now we start to what? We start moving out of ourselves. With his spirit upon, he said in Yeshaya, and it escapes me, I know it's in the front part of Yeshaya where he said, the zeal of Yah shall accomplish this. What is that, chapter 11? The zeal of Yah shall accomplish this. Hold on. Yah righteousness, peace. Okay. I read that, you heard that. Okay, and then right after that, they fooled with it for about 30 seconds. Okay. I'll try to go back and, recreate, okay? All right, y'all bless. Okay, yeah. So, we just got caught, they interfered with some of it there, after that Yeshaya chapter 29 verse 13, but they inject the lies and the deception into us. They shape and form our minds in these schools, in these church houses, in these mosques, in these synagogues and temples and whatnot, and fill us with lies and deception, you see. And again, the different ones of us who know we Israel but still hung up into this Yeshua, Yahashua, Jesus stuff, all right? They don't want to let go for whatever their vain, worthless reasons. They don't want to upset their mother's past, and their mother was all about Jesus, so they don't want to let it go totally. You see what I'm saying? Their fathers, their grandfathers, their grandmothers, so they'll say, well, this New Testament has some kind of validity, either it wouldn't be there, okay? But again, these are all worthless, vain reasons, because again, it's the New Testament, and Yah does not change. Malachi 3:6. It's still about the law. 31:31 Jeremiah. When he said about the new covenant, it's still about his law. When you read that in 31st chapter Jeremiah, starting in verse 31, it's still about the law that he's going to write on our heart and on our inward parts. It's still the law, his law. He changes not. Okay? But again, when you look at that New Testament, you know, like we said earlier, I don't know if you heard it. I hope you did. But again, they take you away from the law. They take you away from the law. You can eat anything you want to eat. You can violate his Sabbath day, go out and go be about when you're supposed to be in at rest, honoring him. You know, like it says in the 58th chapter, Yeshaya, Isaiah, right? The Sabbath day is supposed to be our honor, to honorable of Yah. You're supposed to delight in it. It's not supposed to be drudgery. You're supposed to rest, recuperate, rejuvenate, reinvigorate, reflect on the previous 6 days. To think about what you did that was out of harmony with Yah. To think about what you did that was in harmony with Yah. So that you can, you understand, pray to Yah for him to strengthen you against your infirmities. So that you can remove them. And he will strengthen you to remove them. So that you get more in harmony with Yah. That's what the Sabbath day is for. To meditate. To read in this book. To read the historical data that substantiates and confirms that Yah, he who creates, and that there is no other. To talk about Yah like we're doing now. So again, you know, here's another article, like I said, about this space module that they sending up, right? Made out of Kevlar, you know, that the bulletproof vest material. It's supposed to launch it in 2015. Hook up with the International Space Station. And it's supposed to attach to an airlock. And it's supposed to be inflated and pressurized, right? $18 million room. It's one room. It cost them $18 million, right? The space station has cost untold billions of dollars. All right? Like these wars. Billions, trillions of dollars. Like the international bankers, you understand, with the bailout. Trillions of dollars. But you got massive amounts of people, you know, 1 billion people, 2 billion people, 3 billion, you know, starving in the world. And they spending all this money on wars. They spending all this money on sending something up in space. But people out here starving. So you tell me, you understand, do these international Illuminati bankers, do they care about mankind? Again, I direct you to Genesis chapter 27. Right? And what did Isaac tell Esau when Esau kept crying and complaining and whining and pleading with Isaac to bless him? To bless him when he found out that Jacob had come in there and got that blessing that he wanted. Remember, Esau didn't care nothing about keeping the law of Yah, because he despised his birthright. He didn't care anything about that, right? But he wanted that blessing, And when he found out that Jacob had got that blessing, he whined and cried and complained. Oh, he was like a child, his legs and beating on the floor and whining and crying. He like, Father, don't you have a blessing for me also? What did Isaac say to him? I'm going to pick it up at verse 37. This is in chapter 27, Genesis. And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, Behold, I have made him, talking about Jacob, thy Lord, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants, and with corn and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do now unto thee, my son? Huh? Now this is what Esau done scheme and connive trying to get this blessing. Because he knew his father was hooked on this deer meat, this venison. He was hooked. Just like a crackhead, huh? An alcoholic, a heroin junkie, a sex fiend. He was addicted. A sports junkie. He was addicted. He had to have it. Isn't that what Isaac told him? You know, after Esau then drew him out for so long, telling him he going out there hunting and didn't find nothing. He coming back, I didn't catch anything today, Dad. See? You understand? Esau, he ain't got that in the book. You know, this is illumination that comes from Yah when you understand? When the closer you get to Yah. And Yah allows you to see this. You understand? And so then what did Isaac say to him? Look, man, go out there and get me that savory meat that my soul loves, that I can bless you before I die. I got to have it. And now Esau like, okay, I got it. Let me go down here and get him because he ready to bless me now. Huh? Isn't that what these Edomites today, these Illuminati boys, isn't that what they do to millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people throughout the world? When they find out what you addicted to, what you like, isn't that why they show football, you understand, in football season? And before football season, you understand, in basketball come in. Before basketball in, hockey going. You understand? Before the basketball is all the way over with, you got baseball. One sport junkie to the next thing. You got golf. They got something for you. Tennis, right? They find out what you like. If you a sex fiend, they got pornography. They got all kind of naked stuff on the tube, right? Isn't that why they had Beyonce at halftime at the Super Bowl, up there shaking her behind half naked? Huh? Isn't that why, for those of you who saw the Grammys, when you saw J-Lo, huh? She come out with her one whole leg out. She might, you know, if you remember a few years ago, she came out in an outfit that you could see through. Looked like she was butt naked. Isn't that what they show the people? You understand? For these men out here, and then you women, you see the men oogling at this, and you say, oh, that's what I got to do. I got to get naked to draw me some attention, right? Think about it. Distractions, addictions, heroin, cocaine, alcohol, marijuana. And then you got all your legal drugs, Prozac, Ritalin for the children. And then they inseminate the synthetic drugs in the food. That's why these children, you know, at a young age, they're getting fed all this synthetic sugar. Okay, we're back. Can you hear me? Let me know. Can you hear me out there? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we're back up. Esau's at work, but we're back. And again, he does that to try to throw you off topic. And from what I was told, it was when we started talking about the sugar in the children's food, that they're being fed through baby formulas and cereals and, the Skittles and different things of that nature that get them addicted to, and without a doubt, McDonald's and all these other places, right? These fast food chains, all that stuff's a bunch of garbage. But when these children get inseminated with these artificial sweeteners and things of that nature, it attacks their nervous system. And when they can't get it, then, they go awry, right? High fructose corn syrup, that's correct. And there's other things, Esau's got all kind of things he comes up with in his laboratories. DuPont, Monsanto, Cargill and all the rest of them, they all got laboratories that they're working feverishly to attack the people. Not only us, the children of Israel, but people, period. I got an article here I'm going to read at some point that's on that too. But anyway, again, they got the legal drugs, the Ritalin, the Prozac, and I don't know all of the later ones, what they're called. Some of them the same things of old that they come out with another name for them, but they want to get you caught up in the medical industrial complex on drugs of any kind, whether it's illegal drugs or legal drugs. And we've talked about this in the past. See, and you don't want to get caught up in the medical industrial complex. That's why, again, we're under attack, right? It's a time of trouble that's never been since it's been a nation. Daniel chapter 12 at the top, right? And we're in trouble, okay? We're inside the daughter of Babylon, in the midst of her, right? Isaiah chapter 52. Also, you see it, Micah chapter 5, right? Until she which travaileth has brought forth. So again, we doing all we can, and it's getting harder every day. We've talked about this in the past, to navigate, in the midst of all of this, insanity. Doing our best to eat right, to do right, to be right in the sight of Yah strongly. And Yah, he's seeing this. Okay, and that's why he's hastening. Yeshaya chapter 60, last verse. He's hastening it, okay, to get us out of here. And again, those of us who are in harmony with Yah, who are totally committed to Yah, who are not caught up in any idolatry. We're not putting ourselves before Yah. We're not putting anyone else before Yah. We're not putting any idols or anything in our heart. We don't have any idols. We're not attached to idolatry in any shape, form, or fashion. We've extracted, and we are extracting ourselves, Jeremiah chapter 10, from the ways of the heathen, the customs of the people that we've been inundated with from birth, because we're roots out of dry ground, raised in the ways of the heathen. And that what is it said in Deuteronomy 28:15 through 68, we would be taken into these nations where we would take on their ways and customs. So again, they spending all this money for this, this one room, this module they're going to attach to the space station, right? Like I said, they supposed to have that up 2015. Now, here's another article. I'm just going to, this is January 22nd out of the Chicago Sun-Times. and it says turning point for gay rights. And they got a question mark, like turning point for gay rights, question mark. And they got a big picture here. Lesbian and Gay Band Association, right? And they were at the inaugural. Okay? Barack Obama's inauguration day. They were there, a big contingent, of lesbian and gays. Right? And that's why they got the caption says turning point for gay rights, question mark, because this is evidently like the first time this kind of, representation was at a presidential inauguration. Okay? Then they got a picture of, two women, one of them is a state representative, Deb Mayo. She's one of the daughters of one of the powerful aldermen who's getting ready to resign here in Chicago, Richard Mayo. This is his daughter. She's a lesbian, and this showing a picture of her and her partner.
Patty's sister.
Yeah, if any of you out there heard of Rod Blagojevich, the ex-governor of Illinois, who's in prison, and got incarcerated the other year. He got 14 years for supposedly corruption, right? But many of our people say, that he got put in jail because he was trying to do different things for us. You understand what I'm saying? So they got rid of him. They took him out. And so this is his sister-in-law, Deb Mayo, who, you understand, Rod Blagojevich, the ex-governor, he was on the outs with his, Deb Mayo's sister's father. He married one of the Mayo sisters, Patty Mayo, and so she became Patty Blagojevich, and her father, Richard Mayo, Dick Mayo, he him and Rod Blagojevich fell out as soon as Rod Blagojevich became governor. So, now the father, he's getting ready to resign from being alderman here in the city of Chicago, and he's wanting his lesbian daughter to take his place. But this is what's going on. They promulgating, they being, again, Illuminati, Edomites, Skull and Bone Boys, lesbian and gays, right? I mean, total collapse, total moral collapse in the world today, right? Here's another article about how this comes out of the Chicago Tribune, January 8th of this year, and the caption, the headline is "Wanted Polishers, Cutters in Israel," and it says "Piety not a problem." And it's about the gem, the diamond industry, really the gem industry, diamonds, emeralds, what have you. They saying that the gemologists, if you will, those who cut and polish the diamonds that used to be, there used to be a huge industry over in the land. The Edomites were entrenched, they still are, but it used to be a lot more of these people who polished and cut diamonds and emeralds and different gemstones over in Israel, and that industry has deteriorated over the years, okay? And they saying most of the manufacturing of these stones now is in China and India, okay? And they are wanting to try to get back, the workforce of gem and stone cutters over there in the land. These Edomites trying to get that back up to where it was before, because it's a big money-making industry, right? And they say at its peak of manufacturers in the 80s, you had 20,000 people who were cutting and polishing diamonds in Israel. Now it's down to about 2,000. Okay? So again, that has fallen off, right? The Edomites used to make money doing that. They're not making any real money doing that now. Okay? Okay, and here's another article, Chicago Sun-Times, January 16th of this year. It says, 1 in 3 Illinoisians in poverty. Got a picture of an Israelite brother here and an article about it. And again, it says, I just read this first paragraph. It said, a staggering 1 out of 3 Illinoisians today lives in or near poverty, the peak of a continued climb over 3 decades, a new study finds, right? So over the last 30 years, it you know, more and more of us have, here in Illinois, have fallen into poverty. 1 out of 3. That's a lot. 33%. Now, here's another article about this comes out Chicago Tribune, February 10th, and it says flawed U.S. strategy allowed terror threat in Mali to grow. Okay, big article, right? Big article about it. They got a picture of the country, Mali, and surrounding area: Ivory Coast, Guinea, Senegal, Ghana, Burkina Faso, Niger, Algeria. Mali's right, you know, and Mauritania. Mali's like in the middle. Big article, like I said. I you know, one little caption here. It says the strategy was portrayed as a sobering lesson from the costly women. The U.S. government has invested heavily in counterterrorism programs in the region. You hear that? Spending more than $1 billion since 2005 to train security forces, secure borders, promote democracy, reduce poverty, and spread propaganda. The strategy was portrayed as a sobering lesson from the costly invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq. By stabilizing weak African countries, the goal was to keep Al-Qaeda out and obviate the need to send U.S. forces into the Sahara. Despite those efforts, Bel-Mokhtar's, I hope I pronounced that right, Bel-Mokhtar's group and other jihadist factions and tribesmen seized control of Mali's northern half last year. In March, a U.S.-trained Malian officer carried out a coup, further plunging Mali into chaos. Okay? We had this great program. We put hundreds of millions of dollars into it, and it failed. Why did it fail? Said a member of the U.S. Special Operations Forces who worked in Africa until he retired last year. Fundamentally, we missed the boat. All right? Big argument, but you know, they creating all kind of havoc, you know, in various places of the world, and Mali's one of them. Because again, Mali's got natural resources, right? And the Illuminati Edomite, you know, they foment again, divide and conquer. The northern Mali is against southern Mali, and I know, like I said earlier, I know they're equipping both factions with weapons and monies, right? Now, and again, that's the strength of the fourth kingdom, right? Daniel chapter 7, diversity, divide and conquer. And they do that by any means necessary, right? Now here's I know many of you heard about the deadly blizzard that shut down New England, right? It was up in Massachusetts and hit Connecticut. I mean, it dropped anywhere from 2 to 3 feet of snow, and it was that heavy snow. I read where it said it was like cement when they tried to shovel it, okay? They got a picture here. They got a picture here of a woman outside her house shoveling snow, and the snow is like up almost to, it's like a foot away from her shoulder, and she's shoveling, and she looked like she wore out, okay? Deadly blizzard shuts down New England, right? Say the snow fell, and when it stopped, New Englanders climbed out of their homes, got out their shovels, and started digging out after one of the biggest blizzards in a generation. You hear that? In a generation. Okay? Now they were hit with Sandy. Now here's the blizzard y'all putting on them, right? Making his judgment rest for a light of the people. Now here's another thing about for all you out there that use antibacterial soap. They say that this antibacterial soap is under scrutiny, okay? Because this article here, a big article in the Chicago Tribune, February 10th this year, and it says that this not all of it, I guess, but some of this antibacterial soap that's being sold has a ingredient called triclosan, triclosan. Okay, and it's not only in antibacterial soap; it's in other things too. Okay, it's in cosmetics, it's in lotions, it's in acne medicines, toothpaste, deodorants, and other personal care products. Okay, and they say be aware that plastic and fabric-based products marketed with the label microbin or biofresh may be made with triclosan or triclosan. And they say that this triclosan is cancer causing. Very virulent, right? Again, another little article in the Chicago Tribune, February 11th, about the said Northeast digs out some head to shelters for heat. Blizzard kills 200,000 people out of power. This came out of Massachusetts, right? Got a big picture with snow everywhere. Then it's another in this same paper here. Talk about the tornado causes damage in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. You know, they had some tornadoes that came out of nowhere again, right? This comes out of Tupelo, Mississippi. A tornado struck the south central Mississippi town of Hattiesburg on Sunday, causing damage to the campus of the University of Southern Mississippi. CNN reported at least 3 people were injured. Okay, they said a tornado touched down in Hattiesburg about 5:30 and created a lot of damage, right? And I know many of you heard about the Israelite policeman in LA named Dorner, right? Christopher Dorner, that they just burnt the house down, you know, the cabin that he got barricaded in the other day. They burnt the whole house down on top of him, right? You know, they claim they didn't set the place afire, but if any of you watched on RT or well, Democracy Now! Had it on yesterday morning where they played excerpts. You can go on Democracy Now! And pull up Friday's Democracy Now! And they play excerpts from the police who had him surrounded in the cabin and how they were talking. And, you know, they claim they didn't burn it down on top of him, but that's what they did. And they accuse him of killing about 3 to 5 people. We'll never know now if he was guilty or not because they killed him. You know, they accuse him of these murders, though, these deaths. All right, but you know, I know many of you heard in the hunting, you know, they put $1 million reward on this Christopher Dorner, right? Because he put a manifesto up on the internet talking about the LAPD and how for years, because he used to be police, you know, he was ex-police, he got fired in 2008. And he talked about all these different incidents that he witnessed that the LAPD, you know, brutalized people, specifically Israelites, right? And because of his opposition to some of these things, and he accused his sergeant, who was a woman, of physically abusing a mentally ill patient, right? A mentally ill prisoner, so should I say. And they had a hearing about it, and he got fired because of this, right? And he put up a manifesto on the internet, explaining about with dates and times of these abuses on children of Israel that he witnessed, that he said needed to be investigated, and he pledged war against the LAPD. And so, you know, they hunted him. Like I said, they put $1 million reward on his head, and in pursuing him, trying to capture him, the LAPD shot up 2 vehicles at 2 different times, you know, pickup trucks, because they knew he was in a pickup truck. And as if you watch the Democracy Now! Of February 15th, yesterday, you'll hear them talk about it and how these 2 vehicles were shot up. With one had a Caucasian guy in it. He got shot and wounded, not killed, the last I heard. His vehicle didn't look anything like Christopher Dorner's vehicle. They also shot up a Mexican mother and her daughter who were delivering papers, and they shot 30 to 40 bullet holes in their pickup truck. They were wounded, not killed, the last I heard, and they were just delivering papers. And neither one of these pickup trucks looked like the pickup truck that Christopher Dorner was driving. So again, as it came out, it's indicative of the manifesto that Christopher Dorner put up on the internet about the LAPD. I mean, they basically confirmed what he was saying in their actions, you understand, in shooting these people, you know, shooting first, you know, instead of asking questions. Okay, they even had nerve enough. It came out earlier in the week on Democracy Now! Amy Goodman had this DJ called DJ Dave, one Israelite brother, and he was very articulate, and what he said made a lot of sense. You can go on Democracy Now! I think it was Monday or Tuesday, Democracy Now!, and you can listen to it and even watch it. But he was saying how these different charges that Christopher Dorner had charged the LAPD with the abuses on children of Israel in LA and the surrounding area need to be investigated. Okay? He said they shouldn't be just blown off. All right, they should be investigated, because again, this Christopher Dorner gave times and dates of these abuses. All right, but they were, you know, this brother feared that they would be blown away just because they had charged this Christopher Dorner with killing this LA policeman and his fiance. Okay, and mainly because of this manifesto he had put up on the internet. But as it was brought out by the LAPD shooting up these innocent people and shooting up their vehicles before actually stopping them and inquiring, they just shot first, right? This basically substantiated the charges that Christopher Dorner charged them with. You see what I'm saying? They also, when they were hunting him, they told anybody that looked like him that they should stay off the street and in the house. How much sense does that make? And they also said if you were driving a pickup truck, you should not drive it. You should keep it, you know, parked or in the garage or something and not drive it. You know, what kind of sense does that make? Right? But that's, you know, that's indicative of the LAPD and a lot of these police police departments around the country, right? Because it's with this the shootings here in Chicago, because Barack Obama was here in Chicago yesterday, Friday the 15th, right? Supposedly speaking out on the violence that been going on here in Chicago, and the headline in today's paper said that he said that what goes on here in Chicago is like Newtown, Connecticut, what happened there. You got to bring that in, right? He said every 4 months. See, so it shows you how out of touch Obama is with what goes on here in Chicago, because he's going to say that those of us here in Chicago experience a Newtown, Connecticut every 4 months. We experience a Newtown, Connecticut every weekend here in Chicago. That shows you how out of touch he is, right? Because we experience that every weekend. Every weekend here in Chicago, you got anywhere from 10 to 40 people getting shot. That's just from Friday noon to Sunday at 5 o'clock. All right, not even a full weekend, right? That's what they consider the weekend, I guess. But, you know, we get 10 to 40 people shot every weekend here around the city. I don't know if any of you heard out there, Jesse Jackson, one of the taskmasters that the Illuminati Edomite has set over the children of Israel to shepherd them in the way he wants, you know, the Illuminati Edomite wants us to go. His son, Jesse Jackson Jr., who was a congressman, you know, he resigned, right? Well, he just pleaded guilty. Him and his wife got charged with malfeasance and misappropriation of funds, you know, government funds, right? And so he signed a plea deal, right? This comes out of Chicago Sun-Times last Saturday on the 9th of February. But like I said, the headlines this morning is he's pled guilty. So he can get anywhere. Yada was telling me last night he can get anywhere up to 67 months. You know, that's top, 67 months in prison. So he's more than likely going to jail. I'm not going to say he's going to do 5 years or better, but he's probably going to do some time. And they charged his wife too. She had to resign her automatic position here in Chicago, and she's still a ward committeeman here in the city, but she's probably going to have to give that up too, and she might get a little time, but they might just give her probation, but it's yet to be seen. Misappropriation of funds, right? And here's another article here in the Chicago Tribune. In the Chicago, let's see, hold on.
Call sounds wireless.
And this article here is February 8th, Chicago Tribune. And they got an article here, it's an editorial of the Chicago Tribune, in defense of drones. Okay, so they're defending the use of drone technology, dropping bombs on people indiscriminately around countries, you know, in different nations. And as a brother said to me in a conversation we were having last night, you know, he brought up about how they got drones flying around here in the United States, right, over communities, right? And they say more dependent on it and on risking boots on the ground. So in other words, they're going totally, you know, as much as, hold on. Okay, I'm back. But again, they're talking about going as much automated, you know, robotic as possible with these drones, you know, dropping bombs. Okay, and you know they've been dropping bombs from drones in Pakistan, and there's so you know, like I said, they say about Obama is the only president that got a Nobel Peace Prize in one pocket and a kill list in the other pocket. But he got the Nobel Peace Prize, but he's dropping, you know, his whole, you know, he's in his 5th year being president. They've been dropping bombs from drones the whole time he's been president. Didn't really start. At least they didn't let us know that until he got in office, right? Okay, and here's another article out of the Chicago Tribune, February 8th. drone base is one benefit of U.S.-Saudi relationship. They got a drone base based in Saudi Arabia. You know, they got a picture here with Leon Panetta, Defense Secretary, right? And the CI nominee John Brennan, right? And Panetta's shaking hands with the Saudi Crown Prince Salman bin Abdulaziz, right? The Saudis, you know, and as we mentioned, I think the last time we were on, that Yedida, you know, brought to, you know, to the forefront that, you know, the Hashemites of Saudi Arabia, you know, they got some Edomites intertwined into that. Which again, and I didn't say this when we brought that out last time, but if you go back again into Genesis, right, when Esau saw that Isaac had sent Jacob to their mother's uncle to get him a wife of their own people, what did Esau do? He went and got his third wife. You know, his first two wives were Hamites, right? His third wife was an Ishmaelite, right? And isn't that what the Saudis are? You know, they're Ishmaelites, right? So Esau's been intermingling, with over 4,000 years, right? So again, that makes sense that these Saudis got some Edomite in them, you know, without a doubt. You understand? So they might even be Edomites. You understand what I'm saying? Some of them. Okay? You know, like I said a minute ago about Obama coming here talking about, you got Sandy Hook that takes place here in Chicago every 4 months, and I just told you that, you understand, Sandy Hook, you know, Newtown, Connecticut happens here every weekend. Okay, well, here's an article here, you know, last Friday on the 8th, you know, of February, right? Here in Chicago, you had 4 men shot at one time on a street corner, on a street corner in what's called the South Shore Community neighborhood over by the lake here in Chicago. You know, 4 men shot at one time. 2 cars pulled up, and it was a shooter in each car, and they started shooting at these 4 guys standing on the corner. And I know many of you out there, you read the book, so you read in Yeshaya, what's that, the 51st chapter, where we lie at the head, talking about those of us of Yahudah, we lie at the head of every street, at the, you know, at the head of every street like a wild bull in the net, you know, standing on the corners, right? Full of the fury of Yah, not drunk on wine, but full of the fury of Yah. Again, which it says in, you know, Deuteronomy chapter 28, 15 through 68, that we would be mad with that curse, where we would be scattered into the nations with that curse over our head, and we would be mad at the sight of our eyes. And that's how many of these young folks are. You know, they are upset at what they see. They don't understand it. They don't know they Israel. They don't know that they're under a curse. But they see all of these different things that they desire in their heart. You know what I'm saying? Car, clothes, jewelry, right? A house, a nice place to stay, and they can't attain it. They can't get a job because they're shut out of the job industry. You know, they're ill-equipped in these houses of miseducation, right? They're ill-equipped in their homes, per se, right? Again, and even when it looks like, you know, that they're prospering, in the ways of the heathen, going to school, like they said about this Hadiah Pendleton and many other of the young ones of us, of the children of Israel, wherever we are, right? We're doing, you know, what the society that we live in, this society, right, what it calls for, going to school, getting a good education, quote unquote, right? And then we end up getting shot by some misguided bullet, whether it's from one of our own, who you know, or whether it's from the police, something egregious happens to us, and that's the sword. In that part of the curse, the famine, pestilence, poverty, and the sword, you know, death that comes from anywhere at any time, when we're in pursuit of the ways of the heathen. You know, the 59th chapter of Yeshaya, when Yah says we eat the serpent and cockatrice eggs and we swallow them down, we digest them. We've talked about this before, right? And these lies and deceptions that we eat of the snakes, you know, the Illuminati Leviathan, right? Yeshaya chapter 27, the Leviathan, right? He feeds us, he shapes our minds by his precepts, as we pointed out earlier, 29 Yeshaya verse 13, right? And we proceed on in the ways of the heathen, which Yah tells us in Jeremiah chapter 10 to learn not the ways of the heathen. But you got many of us, we're raised like that by our parents. We're raised like that by our guardians. We're raised like that by this society, or whatever society that we've been driven into with this curse over our head. And so we take on the ways of the heathen, and we do our best to excel. And some of us show, you understand, what's the word I'm looking for? An excelling, if you will, in the ways of man, right? And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, boom, we get killed. Okay? Or the pestilence strikes us, like the sister I read to you earlier. She's like 35. She done had 6 bouts with cancer since she was in like her late teens. All right? Double mastectomy, which is the pestilence, right? Isn't that what it tells us about the moth will eat them? That's in Yeshaya, about how the moth would eat up the revilers. I'm not saying she was a reviler of the way of Yah, but nevertheless, it's the pestilence, which is part of the curse, right? The diseases, right? Whether it's AIDS, some form of AIDS, cancer, because from AIDS you can get cancer and various other diseases that come from AIDS, because it's a total breakdown of your system, your immunity, and you become prey to all kind of different diseases and pestilences, right? So now again, this is what happens to us when we take on the ways of the heathen, that we're raised in. And we're trying to, as it says in 59 Yeshaya, clothe ourselves with those garments predicated on lies and deception. And what does Yah say there? Doesn't he say, shall it prosper? Right? That's a question. He says, shall it prosper? Because he's basically telling us it's not going to prosper. You follow me? Again, 59 Yeshaya. Let me just read a little of that. Okay? Behold, Yah's hand is not shortened that it cannot say, neither his ear heavy that it cannot hear. But your iniquities have separated between you and your strong one. And your sins have hid his face from you that he will not hear. For your hands are defiled with blood, your fingers with iniquity, your lips have spoken lies, your tongue hath muttered perverseness. None calls for justice, because that's what Yah's law is. It's justice, right? None calls for justice, right? Nor any pleads for truth, right? The way of Yah is the truth, the only truth. They trust in vanity, worthlessness, right? And speak lies. They conceive mischief and bring forth iniquity. They hatch cockatrice eggs and weave the spider's web, because that's what we've been fed. You understand? We roots out of dry ground. Just like it was said in the curse was supposed to happen to us. We weren't raised in the law and the light of Yah. We were raised in lies and deception. Right? Like I said in the past, we're told that when Cristobal Colon, who we were told was an Italian, and we've come to find out he really was a Edomite, a Jew, right? When he came here, we're told that he discovered America. But when he came here, it was people here. How can you discover something and people are already here? And it wasn't only just Native Americans. It was some of us and or Tyrians, Hamites that were here. Who you got many of us call them Moors. Okay? The residue of the so-called Olmecs. Those basalt heads they found in Central America between Mexico and South America. I know some of you out there have heard about them, right? The big black basalt heads, unmistakably that they were, you know, either Hamites or Israelites, right? There's no way that Esau could say that you know they were anything but that, right? And again, you know, the residue of these people who were sailing over here, right? We see in Ezekiel chapter 26, 27, 28. You know, in the 28th chapter of Ezekiel, where Yah's talking about the Tyrians who were Hittites, not Zidonians, Hittites, who became known as the Phoenicians, called that by the Grecians. You know, Ivan Van Sertima talks about them in his book, They Came Before Columbus. Huh? And you had a residue of, you know, them that was still not only here in America, but in Mexico and in Central America and possibly in South America as well, that were living over here, that mixed with different you know, so-called Native American tribesmen, you know, like the Seminoles, the Blackfeet that were up in Canada, if I'm not mistaken, the Lakota, different, you know, Aztecs, Incas, the Indians, so-called Indians that were down in Mexico. Okay, I'm pretty sure we've spoken on before, you know, like Pancho Villa, he was one of us, mixed, but one of us, you know, from what I gather, he, you know, said that he was one of us. You see what I'm saying? Israelite. And you know he was assassinated. You follow me? It was many Israelites that were intertwined into those Mexican revolutions. You know, Benito Juarez, Pancho Villa, Emiliano Zapata, fighting against the Illuminati Edomite, you understand, who had his puppets on the presidency down in Mexico. You know, the Huertas and the Carranzas and the what's the other one's name? It escapes me now. But you know, some of you I know are privy to that, right? You know what I'm saying? Who became puppets of the Illuminati or the United Fruit Company that became Del Monte, where you get your bananas and your pineapples from. Well, you know, that's Illuminati owned. Like I was telling some people last night, right? Jesse James, Cole Younger, you understand? After the Civil War, they were fighting. Who were they fighting? You understand? They was fighting the Illuminati Edomite too, but didn't know it, right? Just like the Mexicans and our brothers who were still, you know, living over here fighting the forces of the Illuminati didn't know who they was fighting, right? Jesse James and Cole Younger and Clell Miller, you understand? They was fighting the railroad, right? And why were they fighting the railroad? Because it was the forces of the Illuminati, you understand, who staked E.H. Harriman railroads, right? Who was sending thugs in, taking people's lands. You know, they would send some people in to buy the people's lands as they was building the railroad transcontinental from the East Coast to the West Coast to the East Coast. And they was coming in on these people's land, and they was offering these people like $1 an acre, 50 cents an acre. And when the people was like, when they was too smart to take that, you know, no, we ain't selling my land for no $1 an acre or $2 an acre. You ain't gonna steal my land. Then they would send thugs in to beat the people up, to intimidate them, kill them if they needed, and take their land and get them to sign these papers and sell their land for nothing. Well, it was Jesse James and Clell Miller and the younger boys who banded together and was fighting the railroad, and they was branded what? Outlaws. You understand? That's the only reason that they lasted as long as they did, because they were fighting the forces of the railroad who were oppressing and abusing these people in Missouri and Kansas. So these people were helping them to evade the Illuminati forces. Just like today, you've got what? You've got Academy that used to be Z, that used to be Blackwater, right? You've got all of these now private security firms, okay, just heard the other day, you got a security firm, I heard this on Democracy Now!, that's called Hess, H-E-S-S. It's called Hess Securities. And you know who it's named after? Rudolf Hess. You know who Rudolf Hess was? He was one of the right-hand lieutenants of Adolf Hitler. Rudolf Hess is the one that Hitler sent to Chamberlain right before, you understand, that Germany went to war with England, because Hitler realized, you understand, that he had been put in the trick bag, just like Saddam Hussein realized he had been put in the trick bag, just like Muammar Gaddafi realized he had been put in the trick bag. And when they realized they had been put in the trick bag by the Illuminati forces, they turned against the Illuminati. Like I said earlier in broadcasts, right, in sessions we've had, you know, Muammar Gaddafi, when he realized that Lloyd Blankfein and Jamie Dimon, right? Jamie Dimon, right? And Tony Blair had engineered him into this fund where he had placed $100 billion. You understand? And then he found out about a year or two later that $98 billion was gone. Gaddafi put a hit out on Blankfein, Jamie Dimon, and Blair. Okay? You understand? That's why they like, we got to go get him. And that's one of the reasons why they went and got Muammar Gaddafi. Plus the fact that he had about 400 tons of gold, and he was building up an irrigation system in Libya where they were going to start growing their own food big time. So they knew they had to get Gaddafi. You see what I'm saying? Plus they wanted the oil, you know, without a doubt, right? You know, Dracul, Illuminati Edomites, you know, take all your sink his teeth into your vein and suck out all your natural resources, which is the life blood of any country, right? Same thing what they doing in Mali, right? Around the world, 80 different countries. Righteousness, please. Okay.
Okay, saying what now?
Okay, can you hear? Hear me now. We're talking about Dracula, right? Can you hear me? Put up a 1 if you can hear me. Let me know.
Saying in and Malcolm saying in and out.
Yeah, you know, cause you know.
Spinning, there's something going on.
Yeah.
It's spinning.
The fire sweat. Okay, you can hear me now.
Yeah.
All right. Again, you know, Dracula sinks his teeth into the vein, the blood. I'm saying we in all countries have some kind of natural resources, you know, silver, copper, you know, they got some natural resources, and he wants it. Okay, he wants it, and so he goes in and sinks his teeth. Hold on. Yeah, so again, you know, they don't like us talking about this, but that's the reality of it. And I'm sure those of you out here have got the gist of what we're saying. And any of you hear this, you get the gist, hopefully, of what we're saying. That's who we're dealing with. And again, that's why Jesse James and Cole Younger and Clell Miller, you know, they were fighting against the powers of Esau. They just didn't understand who they were fighting against, right? and eventually having to succumb to the powers of Esau, because again, you follow the only way these illuminated international Amalekite bankers can be defeated is through and from Yah, because it's Yah that empowers them. Again, you go to that Jeremiah chapter 25 and you pick it up at verse 14, right? Jeremiah 25th chapter, and you pick it up at verse 14, and you'll see that as you read where Yah is talking that he would bring on the inhabitants of the earth to drive them mad. Well, that's the Illuminati Edomite. Okay? British India Company, French East India Company. Okay? Christopher Columbus. All this was the Illuminati Edomite coming to this side of the world, and not only coming here, but going everywhere in the world, setting up international trade all through the earth, which eventually became what? The Rothschilds, the Warburgs, the DuPonts, Rockefellers, Harrimans, Carnegie. You know, there's some of you out there, yeah, I know they chopping that up. Okay, but again, some of you out there, if you get a chance, they just showed here a couple of weeks ago a documentary on Henry Ford. Okay, Henry Ford, who created the Model T, you know, the Ford Motor Company. And if you get a chance to look that up and see that documentary on Henry Ford, it's like 2 hours long. You'll see that Henry Ford, he understood about the international Jew back in the early part of the 20th century. Okay, he understood what they were about. I don't know for sure if he actually knew who they were, but he knew that they were, you understand, destructive, and that they were manipulative, and they weren't good for humanity. But eventually, you know, he had to, like, you know, bow his head to a degree and stop talking about it. Okay, because again, you understand the only way that this Illuminati Edomite can be defeated, the only way to nullify the power behind him, which is Yah, as you see in Jeremiah 25th chapter. Yah has brought the sword, which is the Illuminati Edomite. Genesis chapter 27. Again, what did Isaac tell Esau? He said what? He said, you know, when he started to tell Esau about the blessing that he was going to, you know, that you know, was going to be, you understand, Esau's blessing. What did he say? And I think we got cut off before, so I'm going to go back to that now, and I'm going to finish reading that, right? And again, what did Isaac tell Esau? Isaac answered and said unto Esau, this is verse 37, in the 27th chapter of Genesis, behold, I have made, you know, him, talking about Jacob, thy Lord, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants, and with corn and wine have I sustained him. What shall I do now unto thee, my son? And Esau said unto his father, have you but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by thy sword shalt you live, and you shall serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when you shall have the dominion, that you shall break his yoke off thy neck. Okay? And the only way that Esau could break our yoke off his neck is when we turned away from Yah and went into darkness. That's where Esau excels, in darkness. He lives by his sword. What does the sword do? It kills. When something is dead, what state is it in? It's in the state of darkness. That's what Esau does. Wherever he goes, he brings death and destruction. death and destruction. That's how they spread Christianity. Isn't that the prophecy of Christianity in Daniel chapter 30, in Daniel chapter 11? When you pick it up at verse 36, remember now, that's another vision that he saw. The Illuminati took the introduction away. We don't have it. But when you start reading it, it's talking about, at the beginning, 1136 Daniel, is talking about Augustus Caesar. He's that king that exalted himself above all, that had no desire of women, celibacy. Isn't that what the Christian church is all about? Celibacy, right? Hypocrites, liars and deceivers, because you know they having sex, huh? It's been brought out over the last 20 years now. You know, definitely the last 15, right? The Catholic Church is basically, I got an article about it. I'm going to read some of that in the future. I saw what somebody put up there about the Pope. I'm going to talk about that. Just hold your horses, okay? And again, you understand what has come out now in the last 15, 20 years about the Catholic Church. It has basically been broken economically. That's why this Pope just resigned. It ain't no money there no more. You know, they done paid over billions of dollars for these suits for pedophilia and child molestation. You know, Yada, you might have heard it. She said, "Oh, they got money. They got money for themselves. They don't have no money to keep doling out to these children, these adults who were molested when they was children. You understand? Boys and girls. They done paid out over billions of dollars. They've had to close down rectories and different schools around the country because they've had to pay out all this money for these suits." You understand? They had one of these priests they was just talking about on Democracy Now! Here this past week. I forget what day. You understand? It came out before how he was up there in Wisconsin, and he was over this school for young boys who were deaf. You know, couldn't hear, and he was raping them like crazy. And when it came to light, after years, it came to light. One of these boys who had grown up and become an adult, he came out with this, okay, and told, and it came out. Many more came out. I mean, he was raping these young boys like crazy. And then when the Pope, this very Pope now that's resigning, right, Benedict or whatever they call him, right? You understand? He's either an Edomite or a German nationality, right? And when it came out, he didn't do anything against this priest. He sent him somewhere else. And at that time he wasn't Pope. He was like a cardinal or something. You understand what I mean? But he was connected with this stuff. See, Yah is peeling the onion. He's bringing all of this out. He's bringing everything out. You can't hide anymore. I don't care who you are. Whatever you truly about is going to be made known. Yah is pulling the covers off everybody. Everybody trying to hide. You can't hide anymore. That's what Yah's talking about the Edomites in the land. In Yeshaya chapter 28. You know, we dealt with that back on the 5th, right? In the addendum. You understand? The Edomites in the land, what did they say? We've hidden ourselves taking refuge under lies and falsehood. But Yah said what? He was going to disannul those lies. He was going to pull away the covers where they couldn't hide anymore, where they were going to be seen for what they truly are. It was a lady last night, a sister last night in the conversation we was having, and she asked me, she said, "How do you know that these people are Edomites?" I said, "Because they're doing everything that this book said that Esau would be doing in the land. That's all they could be." So now her thing, she was hung up in the color thing, right? The pigmentation, right? So she said, "Well, explain to me, because Esau, he started mixing with dark-complected people." She went all the way back, you understand, with the original Esau, his first 2 wives. Even the Ishmaelite wife, you know, she had color. You understand what I'm saying? And we've talked about this in the past. She's just not privy to it, because she hasn't listened enough to the things that Yah Righteousness has put out. You understand? But we talked about this in the past. You know, the Edomites, yeah, the original Esau, his first 3 wives had color, so that made his immediate progeny had color. Eliphaz, Amalek, his grandson, they all had color. You understand? And then the Edomites, what? They went mixed in more with the Hamites, because they mixed in with the Nabateans. They mixed in with the Horites. When you go to the book of Nehemiah, wasn't it Sanballat the Horite? That was the Edomite, hooked up with the Ishmaelite that was coming at Nehemiah, that wanted to kill him. Just read the book of Nehemiah. Huh? When it says Sanballat the Horite, that's the Edomite. So yeah, they had color, they got dark. You follow me? So she said, where is it where they flip color? You know, how did they stop being dark? And I told her, you understand, when the Romans kicked them out, didn't take them out, kicked them out of the land in 135 CE AD. Isn't that what it's talking about in Malachi chapter 1? When Esau said, though we are impoverished, we shall return and build the desolate waste. We've talked about that. That's why, since, you understand, the Illuminati Edomite brought them back to the border of Israel in 1897 and set them in the land, they've been building ever since. That's why they can't stop building. They're building right now. Because Yah said they was going to return. He said they were going to build. And he said he would throw down, and they would be called the borders of wickedness. Well, there aren't many people in the world right now with these flotillas, air flights, you know what I'm saying, trying to do something to help our brothers and sisters, the so-called Palestinians, because the Edomites is over there killing them every day, humiliating them, oppressing them. They don't want peace. Okay, I don't know if you saw it. I got another article, I'm going to read it in a little bit. One of the ex-ministers over there that just got caught with his hand in the money till, Levedor, he came out and made a statement that the Edomite, he said they ain't going to never make peace with the Palestinians, ever. Right? He just come on out and said it. And that's the reality of it. That's why now you've got many of our brothers and sisters, the so-called Palestinians, call themselves of Hamas, call themselves of Fatah. They coming back together. You got the Hezbollah, they coming back together. Why? Because they see now and understand it. Hezbollah always understood it, you know, that they never was going to make peace with them. You see what I'm saying? Now you got most of them now, they see, hey, we've been trying to get peace with them for over 20 years. And they just been stalling us. They know they're not going to make peace. So now you got many people in the world who's calling them wicked. You got some of the own Edomites calling them that. You know, they do their best with the propaganda that they control here in the daughter of Babylon, United States of America, to paint Ahmadinejad, the president of Iran, right, saying that he hates all Jews. He hates, you know, all the Edomites, in other words, right? But that's not true, because it's some of these Edomites who are, you know, like rabbis. We saw a film on it, you know, a picture of it. You understand? They embrace Ahmadinejad. He embraced them. But you know, these Edomites, you understand what I'm saying? They not about Zionism. They against Zionism themselves. They say Zionism is politics. They say they're not about the Creator. They're not about truth. And you got Edomites in various places, over here in America, in various places of the world. You know what I'm saying? That's against Zionism. That's what's over there in the land. Now, you got these Edomites who are against Zionism, but still claim to be Israel. Well, quite naturally, that's not true. You understand what I'm saying? But they not for Zionism. So these Edomites, Yah is unmasking them, and they're being seen as what? The borders of wickedness. And they eventually going to be called the people whom Yah has indignation forever. I mean, they already called that, because that's what we know and that's what we say. And that's the book. But eventually the whole Everybody that's left in the world gonna view them as that because of what they've done. Because any Edomite that's claiming to be Israel is a hypocrite, is a liar and a deceiver, and is an enemy of Yah and an enemy of us, the children of Israel. And Yah is peeling the onion. Again, not only on them, but everybody. And again, like it says in Malachi 1, they have returned and they build to this very day, right? But again, the sister asked me, she said, well, where did they change color? Where did they become, as she said, white, right? And again, when the Romans kicked them out in 135 CE because of successive rebellions against Roman rule, and as we've spoken on in the past, with that rebellion of Simon Bar Kokhba that he led, they were calling him the Messiah. From 132 to 135 CE AD, when the Romans put that down in 135, they kicked Esau out of the land. That's when they changed the name of Jerusalem from Jerusalem to Aelia Capitolina and started calling the land Palestine. Palestina again, Palestine. That's why our brothers and sisters are called Palestinians to this day.
Now, is that a take on the word Philistine?
Now, y'all just asked me, is that a take on the word Philistines? No, Philistine is Philistines. That's different. Palestine is Palestine. Okay? The Philistines were Hamites as well. You understand? But around the 13th century BCE, you had Grecians, okay, that came into that area and took Philistia over, and they became known as Philistines. And that's who David was actually fighting. He was fighting Grecians, not real, not the original Philistines of Caphtor, who were Hamites, dark-complected people. He was fighting Greeks. See? I know a lot of y'all probably missed that, right? Goliath was Grecian. He wasn't a Hamite. Okay? So, again, you understand? Yah's pulling the covers off of all this stuff, okay? See? And again, when I'm going back to Esau, when Esau was told his blessing, he hated it. And that's what it tells us in the book. But see, Esau took part of what Isaac told him out. You understand? Because Isaac, Isaac told him, and we've talked about this before, when Isaac told him, said, you're going to have the dominion for a while. You're going to be able to break, you understand, your brother's yoke off your neck, and you're going to get the dominion. But your dominion is not going to last. And you eventually going to go back up under your brother forever. That's why Esau hated his blessing. Think about it. Isn't that one of the worst things that can happen to you? That you've been wanting something with all your heart. You've been wanting something so bad for a long time. And then when you finally get it, you're told that you're only going to have it for a while. And eventually you're going to lose it forever. Man, that's egregious, isn't it? That's why Esau hated his blessing. That's why he said, the time of my father's at hand. When he died, I'm going to kill Jacob and take it all. And again, as we've spoken on in the past, it was told Esau by Isaac, because when you go to Daniel chapter 7, you read that. What does it tell you at the back of the chapter? Doesn't it tell you that the kingdom is going to be taken by the saints of the Most High for Yah, and Yah's dominion is going to be an everlasting dominion that's going to last from generation to generation? But the saints of the Most High, those of the children of Israel who turn back to Yah, submit and obey this law with all their heart and soul, they're going to be set up to run this kingdom for Yah. They're going to be the intercessor for Yah, between Yah the king and the rest of the people of the earth. So that it couldn't have ended with Esau, you going to get the dominion, you understand, and it's going to be forever. It didn't end there. That's some more the Illuminati Edomites tampering. Huh? That's why they mess with this message. That's why they sit there and got their little devices that they come in and make the transmission choppy. Okay? Last night when we were on the phone, it was, I don't know, a half a dozen to a dozen. I don't know how many was on the line, because these people wanted, to talk with y'all Rices, and Yadida and Yeshaya and myself were on the line, and we were talking with these people, and after, got to saying some things and started hearing pots and pans clanging. And I'm, it's a mindset. It could have been one of the people who were on the line, but I don't know. I mean, we kept saying that, it had to be Esau or somebody who was in opposition to what they were hearing, because the pots and pans was clanging. Eventually it calmed down, but people, because you got different Israelites, like we said earlier, they against this message. They in opposition to it, because they still holding on to idolatry in some shape, form, or fashion, right? Okay, here's another article out of the Chicago Tribune Monday, and it was right at the inauguration, and they're showing you a picture of Martin Luther King's statue, the carving, the granite carving, and his memorial, right? And they got a picture with a wreath, 3 officers, some kind of officers, they got on some uniforms. And guess who's standing right at the base of Martin Luther King's memorial? Jesse Jackson, right? The same man who took part in King's assassination, huh? I'm telling you, man, it's something else, okay? This is all perception again, propagandize the people's minds, right? Jesse Jackson, who took part in the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King, and they, Esau got him a big picture of him, huh? Standing at, the base of King's Memorial, the same man who he set up to be killed, right? The sellout, who could very well be an Edomite himself, because nobody really know who his daddy was, right? See, now another article in that same paper, right? January 21st, Chicago Tribune, and it says, rules, listen to me, rules won't stop drones in Pakistan. Okay? The Obama administration is nearing completion of a detailed counterterrorism manual. Hear that? A manual that is designed to establish clear rules for targeted killing operations, but leaves open a major exemption for the CIA's campaign of drone strikes in Pakistan. So they got rules, a manual set up how they go drop bombs on folks, but again, there are no rules that applies to them dropping bombs from drones on Pakistan. Okay? That's your president with the Nobel Peace Prize, right? Got the Nobel Peace Prize in one pocket and the kill list in the other. Now, hold on. That article here, like I said, this was January 21st, right? They wanted Obama to come here to Chicago to speak on, all of the shootings and homicides, right? That's before this Hadiyah Pendleton got shot and killed. She was at his inauguration. Setting her heart to be part of the ways of the heathen, right? Like I said earlier, under the curse and didn't know it. As many, the majority of us, today under the curse, and because we haven't awakened, we don't know we under a curse, right? Here's another article out of Chicago Sun-Times, January 29th, right? About the Boy Scouts may end ban on gays becoming Boy Scouts and being leaders of Boy Scout platoons, right? They letting homosexuals, gays, into the Boy Scouts of America. Right? The Boy Scouts of America may accept gay members and gay scout leaders under policy changes being considered by the group's leadership. So now you'll have a pedophile who's a leader of a Boy Scout group, and he's got about 20 or 30 young Boy Scouts, about 11, 12 years old, and this is a pedophile who's their leader, and he gonna take them out into the woods camping. So I ain't got to tell you what's gonna be happening out there in the woods, right?
Well, that doesn't mean
Yeah, right. Yada just said that don't mean they pedophiles if they gay. Yeah, maybe not, but who would want to leave a child with one of them? I wouldn't. Isn't that what we talking about with the Catholic Church? Huh? With all of these suits in, they done paid out billions of dollars in suits about pedophilia and child molestation. Here's another article about the Girl Scouts, right? February 5th, Chicago Sun-Times, local Girl Scouts now accept credit cards. So, because people don't have any cash, so if the Girl Scouts come around trying to sell cookies or something, or want donations, you can give them a credit card. And many of you probably heard about the federal government is supposed to be suing Standard & Poor's, S&P, over mortgage ratings, right? Because, all that subprime couldn't have happened unless Fitch, Stanley & Poor's, and what's the other one? It's 3 rating agencies allowed, these people to get you understand, credit, to get these mortgages that they couldn't afford, right? And also, these, matter of fact, these ratings, Standard & Poor's, Fitch, they what they did was they actually co-signed these derivative packages, what they call them, CDOs, collateral debt obligations. They co-signed and said these were good investments to the investors out there, right? So the Fed, the government is supposed to be suing now Standard & Poor's for, what is it? I'm looking for the amount. I saw it once, but I can't remember. I know it's supposed to be a lot of money. Said the talks collapsed over federal authorities' insistence that a settlement involved at least $1 billion. So when they told Standard & Poor's they was going to have to settle, hand out $1 billion to the people who had been, taken advantage of, Standard & Poor's balked and said, we'll go to court, right? Okay, and again, here's another article out of the Chicago Tribune, February 8th, about the hunt for this Christopher Dorner. LA cops hunt one of their own, right? Officer fired in 2008 is now accused of posting threats online, killing 3 people. See, he was accused of killing 3 people, but we'll never know whether he killed them or not now, right? Because they didn't kill him. They hunted him and killed him, burned the house down on top of it. See, and again, in this article, I just marked, it says, as news of the shootings crackled across police radios before dawn Thursday, the hunt for Dorner's Nissan Titan pickup truck intensified. In Torrance, 2 women were delivering the Los Angeles Times from their blue pickup when LAPD officers spotted the truck. The police apparently mistook the truck for Dorner's and riddled it with bullets. You hear that? didn't stop to try to approach him to see if Dorna was in there. They just started shooting. Now these is two women. It ended up being two Mexican women, a mother and her daughter who was delivering papers, and they shot them up. They didn't kill them, right? Last I heard, they wasn't dead. Said the mother and her daughter were injured. Okay? Tragically, we believe this is a case of mistaken identity, Chief Beck said. So now explain to me how you going to, mistake Christopher Dorner for two Latin, Mexican women. So they couldn't have seen them, right? They just saw the truck, thought it was it, and started shooting. And that's the same thing what the brother was accusing them of in his manifesto that he put up on the internet, right? Abuse, right? And it's another article in this same paper, right? February 8th, Chicago Tribune, where they say that article here says, all is not calm after storm. For many hit by Sandy, insurance payouts, FEMA helped slow to arrive. You hear that? So the people who got devastated in Hurricane Sandy on the East Coast, they saying that the insurance payouts and the FEMA, the government, right, help is slow to arrive. For all those people who was talking about we gonna rebuild. You remember when I talked about that? I think that was back on the 29th, right, of December, and they was like, we gonna build back, we gonna do this, we gonna do that, right? But now help is slow to arrive. The FEMA government not coming with any help, and the insurance companies who had some insurance with, they not sending them any money. Okay. Now, what I said earlier about this, another article I had here about food additives, Chicago Tribune, January 21st. The headline has got a picture of a young Caucasian girl, Gentile, right? And she's holding a bottle of Gatorade in her hand. It says U.S. allows chemicals in food that other countries outlaw. Did you hear that? I'm going to read that one more time. U.S. allows chemicals in food that other countries outlaw. You follow? It says consumer groups question diligence of FDA, Food Drug Administration, to test for possible dangers. Now this young Gentile girl, Caucasian, she says Sarah Kavanaugh, shown holding a bottle of Gatorade last month, started an online petition to ask the energy drink manufacturer to remove brominated vegetable oil from its products. The Mississippi 15-year-old was a fan of the drinks until she discovered BVO was banned in other countries. You hear that? Now, they putting this brominated vegetable oil in the Gatorade here in the United States, selling it to the people. And this brominated vegetable oil is cancer causing. Not only that, it causes other problems as well. Wait a minute. Let me get the gist of this, because it's a big article. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it says that, I'll just read the top. It says, when Gatorade fan Sarah Kavanaugh learned that her favorite drink contains an emulsifier banned in other countries over health concerns, she was taken aback. I was shocked that they put their consumers at risk like that, and that the FDA would allow something like that to be put in products, said the Mississippi 15-year-old. Now, she's 15 years old, right? She got a lot more sense than adults, right? Check this out. Who launched a petition in November asking Gatorade to remove the ingredient called brominated vegetable oil, or BVO. The petition, which has attracted more than 200,000 supporters on Change.org, notes that the ingredient shares an element, bromine, with some flame retardants used in furniture and plastics. Some studies on BVO indicate it can build up in fatty tissues and cause reproductive and behavioral problems in rodents. It's illegal to use the chemical as a food additive in the European Union, India, Nepal, Canada, Brazil, and Japan. Other ingredients that are allowed in American food but not in other countries include certain artificial colors and additives to flour. And then it says, why the difference? The U.S. Food and Drug Administration would not provide a representative for an interview. You hear that? But in past statements to the media and on its website, the agency has presented a variety of reasons for allowing controversial chemicals in foods, ranging from a lack of resources for research to assurances that the substances are safe in small doses. So now they want you to trust in man. They want you to trust in them, right? Take their word for it, right? In the case of BVO, the agency has allowed interim use of it since 1970. You hear that? Pending additional toxicological tests. Asked why it has not dealt with the interim status in more than 40 years, the agency cited a need to maximize its resources and said addressing the issue is not a priority for the agency at this time. You hear that? FDA's mission is first and foremost to protect public health by ensuring that foods are safe and properly labeled, the agency said in a statement, contending that science-based implementation of federal law has helped make the U.S. food supply the safest in the world. Okay? But check this out. Unsatisfied with these kinds of answers, activists and public health watchdogs have urged the FDA and food makers to halt the use of various chemicals until safety can be fully determined. Food companies, they note, have reformulated their products for other countries, including members of the European Union, China, Australia, Japan, India, but seem reluctant to change their products in the U.S. until they must. Huh? There are all of these compounds on which the EU has taken action to the point that companies with global production have to have a separate line that's able to meet the EU standards and then a line for every place else, including the US, said Michael Hansen, senior scientist at Consumers Union, a consumer advocacy group. You hear that? So they're making a certain thing for America and something else for these other countries that won't allow that stuff to be sold over there with that garbage in it. That's going to destroy your health, right? Says Michael Jacobson, Edomite, I guess, right? Executive Director of Center for Science in the Public Interest, has been lobbying the FDA for decades to reconsider its stance on ingredients from potassium bromate, a flour enhancer, to trans fats and some artificial colors, but all are still allowed. The FDA has been extremely lenient in evaluating food additives, and it's almost impossible to get the FDA to ban an additive once they have approved it, Jacobson said. It's just not as public health oriented as it should be. Okay? So Jacobson said it's unclear whether the inaction stems from industry pressure, fear of litigation, or more pressing priorities. But the longtime activist believes that potentially harmful additives, even ones consumed by millions every day, are not being adequately vetted. Okay, as an example, Jacobson said he and colleagues last year urged the FDA to re-examine aspartame, the sweetener used in most American diet drinks, in light of recent studies in Italy that suggested a link to cancer in rodents. After the agency nitpicked aspects of the research, Jacobson said he asked FDA officials if they would at least call for further safety studies by the makers. FDA said simply no, Jacobson recalled, and it was really frustrating. I just don't think they're doing enough to protect the public's health with regard to food additives. Huh? I'm telling you, see, so again, you know, it's more to this, but, you know, that's basically the gist of it, huh? They got all this stuff out here, feeding it to people here in America, and the people are dealing with it from a lack of knowledge, huh? A lack of understanding of what's in these things, you know, because basically people don't read labels, right? Just like they don't read this book of remembrance, right? Right? Now, here's an article here. I don't know if any of you remember. But I mentioned this person. His name is Warren Ballentine. I mentioned him in the past, how he, you know, had a radio show coming out of North Carolina, and he was syndicated. He was coming on here every day, like a couple of times a day, you know, early in the morning on WVON, which is an AM station, and then he would come on like from 9 to 11 on FM station, 106 FM. And I told you that he let it be known that he, you know, he's a college graduate. He was raised up here in Chicago, right, out of Inglewood. I know most of you heard about Inglewood. That's where a lot of, you know, adversity and shootings take place in Inglewood. But you know, one of our communities that we're right here next to here in Chicago, you know, Yard Righteous is right next to the Inglewood community. But I told you that how he made it known that he was a member of the Boule. Okay, Warren Ballentine. He calls himself the People's Attorney, right? Well, this is in the paper, Chicago Sun-Times, January 29th. Okay, listen to this well. He styles himself. Wait a minute. Let me read you the headline of this article. People's Attorney accused of $10 million mortgage scam. He styles himself as the People's Attorney and claims 3 million listeners tune in to hear his brand of black empowerment. Hear that? Black, right? Empowerment on his nationally syndicated radio show. But the feds say Soul 106.3 personality Warren Ballentine is also a fraudster behind a $10 million mortgage scam. Ballentine, whose show is also carried on WVON radio, was indicted Thursday by a federal grand jury on charges he duped lenders by using false information to secure loans on more than 24 homes. The 41-year-old lawyer lives and broadcasts from Durham, North Carolina, but grew up on the south side of Chicago and previously lived in South Suburban Country Club Hills. You know, that's a south suburb of Chicago, where he maintains a law office. His radio show is picked up by urban radio stations nationwide. He's charged with 2 counts of bank fraud, 2 counts of making false statements to lenders, and 1 count each of mail fraud and wire fraud. His indictment seeks forfeiture of nearly $9.8 million. According to the indictment, Ballentine conspired with others to buy homes with fraudulently obtained mortgages in Chicago and suburbs including Monee, Woodridge, Mokena, Country Club Hills, Richland Park, and Markham between 2004 and 2006. He is due in court on February 5th, though he could not be reached for comment, he has posted several notes on his Facebook page in recent days that appeared to refer to his legal troubles. Now I know for sure they have a witch hunt out for me, he wrote in one note. This is about to be a fight for my life. They will try and take everything from me, but I will find out who my true friends are and who my brothers are and who really are truth fighters. And in my corner, I know I'm God's child. Got that in bold letters, right? In another, he posted a link to a video called The COINTELPRO, the FBI's War on Black America. In a third, he wrote, love me when I don't deserve it, because that's when I really need it. If convicted, he faces up to 30 years behind bars and $1 million fine. You know, that's on top of the $9.8 million restitution they want back, right? WVON program director Todd Rozakowski said WVON will continue to broadcast Valentine's show in the 3 to 6 a.m. slot as long as it remains in syndication. Now, again, you know, he went to college this Valentine. He was a Boule member, right? And he, again, ate the cockatrice eggs, right? Yeshaya chapter 59, right? And I'm gonna finish reading this 59th chapter of Yeshaya, right? I left off at verse 5, and I'm going to pick it up at verse 5 and continue on, right? Matter of fact, I'm going to pick it up at verse 4. None calls for justice, nor any pleads for truth. They trust in vanity, worthlessness, right? And speak lies. They conceive mischief and bring forth iniquity. They hatch cockatrice eggs and weave the spider's web, because that's what we were all fed from the cradle until, you know, we got old enough, some of us, to realize we've been lied to and deceived. And when we got into this book of remembrance and started reading it, we awakened. And like it says in 53 verse 10, Yeshaya, Isaiah, we saw our seed and connected to our history and realized we were Israel. And like it says in Hosea 6 at the top, once we awaken, now, we've got to, we're alive. When we started reading in this book, we became alive, right? Now we got to make up our mind and decide, are we going to truly obey all this law with all our heart and soul, right? Deuteronomy 30 verse 2, right? And that's why it says in Hosea 6, after Yah would raise us up, we would live in his sight. When you start reading this book, you become alive. Then we shall know if we follow on to serve Yah. Okay, well, again, you got the majority of Israel in the world today, because we know from Ezekiel chapter 35 that the majority of Israel is not going to awake, and I do mean the majority, until Yah has judged the Edomites in the land. Run them out and judge them in their land, right? We've talked about that. You know, we talked about that on the addendum, right? Yeshaya chapter 33 and 34 specifically, where it says in 33, Yah said, he's talking about Esau, right? He's saying they're going to be like the burnings of lime. The hypocrites, right? The hypocrites. And then you go over into chapter 34, it makes it plain there, again, because it says those of Edomia, the Edomites, right? Because he's going to destroy them in their land, not in our land, right? And he tells you in verse 8 in chapter 34, why? For the controversy of Zion. Because they say they're Israel and it belongs to them. We say we Israel and it belongs to us. Because Yah gave it to us as an inheritance, not the Edomites, right? So again, coming back here to this chapter 59, Yeshaya, right? And I'm picking it up, right? In verse 5. He that eats of their eggs dies, and that which is crushed breaks out into a viper. Now, what is that talking about? It's talking about people like this Warren Ballentine, like this Hadia Pendleton, the 15-year-old that got killed, who went to Barack Obama's inauguration, who was going to school, you understand? She had just taken tests, final exams that day when she got shot and killed, right out, not far away from the high school that she attended. You follow me? She was in the vein of eating the cockatrice eggs, like Warren Ballantine here, you understand, in this article, right? He's eating the cockatrice eggs. He's Boule. He had college degree. He's a lawyer. And now he's eating the lies and the deception. He's an American. He's black, right? And if you listen to his radio show, if you've listened to it in the past at any time, a lot of times he was talking about some things that, you know, he was speaking up for us against the system, huh? But he's a part of the system. And you cannot be a part of the system and fight against the system. You understand? You either with Yah or you're not. There is no equivocation. There are no shades of gray. You can't be part of Esau's system, huh? You can't be part of this way of man, this system of man, this fourth kingdom of man, of which Esau has the dominion over as we speak. And then you're going to come out against it. You see what I'm saying? That's like double cross. And this Warren Ballantine, he was into the double cross, because different times if you ever listen to him, he's talking about Jesus. You follow me? Now he had eaten these lies and deception. He swallowed them down, these serpent's eggs, these cockatrice eggs, huh? And they permeated his heart and his mind with these lies and deception, where he can only come up with what? Another viper, another lie and deception. Duplicity. You follow me? And that's what he was coming out with. Just like your Farrakhan, just like your Jesse Jacksons, just like your Eddie Long, just like your Creflo Dollars, just like your TD Jakeses, just like the Pope. But we talking about Israel. And again, I don't want to get it skewed. Like I said, I believe Jesse Jackson is an Edomite. I don't think he one of us. I know Farrakhan is an Edomite out his own mouth. You know, we've talked about that. But they look like us, right? You understand? Okay, just like they looked like us back in the time of the book of Esther. You know, they was dark complected, we was dark complected, right? And again, coming back to what the sister asked me last night when she said, you know, how do you know these people is Edomites? You know, when did they change color? Again, 135 CE AD, when the Romans kicked them out, the conspiracy was already hatched by the illuminated Edomite. And again, all the Edomites are not illuminated. We're talking about the Amalekite wing of Esau, and it's only some of those Amalekites that are illuminated. All the Amalekite Edomites are not illuminated. Okay? But the ones who are had already come up with the plan of the New Testament. You understand? In 135 CE, they already had this in their head, but they hadn't implemented it yet. It wasn't until sometime after 135 CE AD that they came out with this New Testament, with this Christianity. And they started promulgating it. But the deal is, some of the illuminated members, went up into Turkey with the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Turks. Remember now, this is when the Romans kicked them out of the land. Malachi chapter 1. They were impoverished. They didn't have any money. They were poor. And they said, though we are impoverished, we shall return and build the desolate wastes. Right? They've been doing that ever since 1897, since the Illuminati Edomite brought these Edomites back to the land, the Theodore Herzl movement, and set them in the land and protects them and funds them to whatever extent. We've talked about that in the past, right? That's their attack dog over there, and they're filling up the void of no Israel. That's why they brought them back the very next year after they saw us starting to awake. William Crowdy, right? 1896. That's when the 2,000 years or 2 days, Hosea chapter 6 was over with. Where, you know, we were totally cut off from Yah. In 1896, now the 2,000 years is over, the 2 days is over, and Yah's like, all right, the door is open for all of you who seek me. And again, you get more Israelites that are seeking Yah today. Why? Because they're impoverished. Because they're what? Under the curse, and the curse is being intensified. Yah's judgment is being intensified. Again, 51:4 Yeshai, he's making his judgment rest for a light of the people. Hold on. Yah righteousness, peace. Yeah, still doing it, bro. Okay, back. Now, again, you understand? These Illuminati Edomites, they had the plan set already. It wasn't totally set. You know, they knew what they were going to do. Again, the New Testament, if you read about the New Testament was steadily being worked on, coming up through, you understand, the CEADs, after they introduced it. You know, just read about the first council of Nicaea in 325. Read about the second council of Nicaea. You know, a few years later. They were still getting it together. You follow me? Just how they were going to set it. Just how they were going to promulgate it. Okay? See? Like I said earlier, and I think we got stopped at one point because Esau was messing with the transmission, but you understand, when you go to Daniel chapter 11, you follow me? Verse 36, 37, 38, 39. This is talking about, you understand, the inception of Christianity. It was spread with the sword. With the sword. You follow me? Check the history of Christianity, and you'll see that. All right? It was spread with the sword. Okay? It was caused to, you know, to rule over many. I'm going to pick it up, Daniel chapter 11, all right? And I'm going to pick it up at verse 36. And the king shall do according to his will. This is Augustus Caesar. And he shall exalt himself and magnify himself above every idol, every god, right? And shall speak marvelous things against the God of God, or against God, right? And shall prosper till the nation be accomplished. Isn't that what it's talking about in chapter 7, Daniel? About this little horn that was going to pop up on the head of the fourth beast that already had 10 horns on his head, each horn a king. And these different kings, you know, like we've spoken of before. 3 of these kings, Caesarion in Egypt, Mark Antony in the eastern part, holding the eastern part of Roman holdings. He was running that, right? The second triumvirate of Rome, Augustus Caesar, Mark Antony, and Lepidus, right? Lepidus, he had taken control of the northern part of what's called Africa, of Roman holdings. Augustus Caesar was running Rome, the second triumvirate of Rome. This is after Julius Caesar got assassinated, and those who assassinated him got hunted down by the forces of this second triumvirate. And then when they hunted them down and got rid of them, then that's when they created the second triumvirate and split up Roman holdings. Augustus Caesar first got rid of Lepidus, and then he took control of the northern part of what's called Africa. You follow? Then he's looking east. He's planning on going against Mark Antony and this 7th Cleopatra, who was really running Egypt. You follow me? But now the son that she had by Julius Caesar, who was Caesarion, okay, he was 17 years old in 31 BCE at the Battle of Actium. And when the forces of Augustus defeated Mark Antony and the 7th Cleopatra's forces, now Mark Antony, I don't care what they tell you in history, you know what I'm saying about Mark Antony committed suicide. He didn't commit no suicide. Augustus Caesar had him killed. That's the spin they put on it. He had him killed, and he had Caesarion killed. That's those 3 horns of the 10 that was in the head of that 4th beast that was plucked up by the roots. Because Mark Antony, Lepidus, and Caesarion had no sons. You follow? They got plucked up by the roots. Because when you don't have a son, your seed is ended. As I've spoken to you before, just go to see what Saul said to David. The last time David could have killed Saul in the cave and didn't do it. And see what Saul said to David when David made himself known to Saul when he got on the other side of that canyon, and David and his man came out the cave, and he hollered to Saul. What did Saul say to him? He knew then. He said, I know now that Yah's going to establish you over Israel. Promise me when Yah does this that you will not wipe out my seed. You will not cut off my seed from the earth. And David swore to him that he would not do that. And what did David do? He didn't kill the son of Jehonatan, his friend. Which again is what? Isn't that the seed of Saul? Just like a sister brought to me last night, she says, what about this over here in chapter 11, Yeshaya, when it says, a stem shall come out of the seed of Jesse? How does it go? Let me go there. Let me read it verbatim. Okay, top of chapter 11, Yeshaya, Isaiah, and there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots. And she was confused. Okay, I hope y'all cleared it up last night, but she was confused. She said, well, this is a rod out of the stem of Jesse. It doesn't say anything about David. I said, yeah, but isn't David one of the sons of Jesse? So whatever comes out of David, isn't that coming out of Jesse? But we understand what's written in 2 Samuel chapter 7, right? Didn't Yah make an everlasting covenant with David and his seed, his children, his sons? It always has to be one of his sons that's governor in Jerusalem over Israel. Because that's the everlasting covenant Yah made with David and his sons. Isn't that what it's saying in Jeremiah, 32nd, 33rd chapter? Isn't that what it's saying? Isn't that what David's talking about in 2 Samuel chapter 23? We've talked about this before. Because David understood after he committed adultery and murder, he knew that the sword was going to be in his house for the rest of his life. And he knew as long as he was alive, Yah was going to bring forth this drama, this sword on him and his children. That's why David was ready to die. He was ready to die because he knew that this was going to continue until he was dead. You read that 23rd chapter, 2 Samuel, and that's what he's saying there. That's why he said that was all his desire. What was his desire? That Yah would keep intact this covenant, this everlasting covenant that Yah had made with him, with his children. Not one person, but a successive line. Isn't that what we see in Chronicles and in the book of the so-called kings, which should be the governors? Wasn't it a different one of the seed of David rising up different times all the time? It wasn't just one person. Yah made the covenant with David. And because David took his whipping for his iniquity, for his, you understand, his sin, he took his whipping like a man. He didn't turn away from Yah, he took his whipping. And that's why he said that was all his desire, though he knew Yah would not cause it to grow. Because he knew as long as he was alive, he was going to be tortured because of what he had done. But he took his whipping like a man. He didn't whine about it and complain. He didn't like it, You understand? Because he was seeing what it was doing to his children. So he was ready to die. That's why he died at 70 years old. That's why when they put that young, beautiful young virgin in the bed with David, Abishag, he never touched her. Go back there and read it. He never touched her. Okay? So again, you follow what I'm saying? When you go back here to this chapter 59, Yeshua, I'm going to pick it back up, right? And this is what, again, this Valentine, you understand? He's eaten, he's been fed, he's been taught lies and deception. Remember now, he got his degree. Huh? He's a lawyer, right? But at the same time, like I said, he's talking about the idol, the main idol of Christianity, Jesus, right? He tells you, I just read to you where he said in his Facebook blog, when he found out he was indicted, he said, they're trying to destroy me. They're trying to take everything from me. But I'm God's child. See? But he's what? He's into the ways of the heathen. He's eating cockatrice eggs. And he's trying to bring these lies and deception that his whole thing is predicated on, that he's been taught, that he's eaten and digested. And now, because of these lies and deception that he's eaten and digested, he's come up with these different thoughts in his heart on how he was going to conduct himself, on how he was going to live, on how he was going to clothe himself with these garments that he was to bring about, predicated on the ways that he had perceived in his heart from eating these lies and deception that he had been taught. You see what it says here? I'm going back to 59 again, and what does it say? Verse 6. Because I'm going to pick it up at the last part of verse 5 again. He that eats of their eggs dies, and that which is crushed breaks out into a viper. Because when you are filled with these lies and deception, if you're predicating your being, your livelihood on that, you can only conceive of and come up with another lie, another deception, which is what? A viper, a snake. You understand? So now, you see what it says in verse 6? Their webs shall not become garments. What did I read to you? What did he say? They're trying to destroy me. They want him to, you understand, pay back $9.8 million. Now, all of you, I'm sure, or all of you know about this subprime to some extent, huh? You know that these bankers have engineered the subprime debacle, right? You understand? How many of you have heard, how these bankers have not been brought to justice? MF Global, huh? Paragon, PGF. We've talked about these things in the past, right? You understand? Goldman Sachs, Chase, Morgan Stanley. You understand what I mean? What's some of them other ones? It escapes me now. You understand? But y'all know what AIG, right? You understand? They all got bailed out, but they the ones who were selling these collateral debt mortgages to the people. Collateral debt obligations. Not only people here in America, but they was packaging them up and selling them abroad. Have any of them gone to jail? Is Jamie Dimon in jail? Is Bob Diamond in jail? Is Lloyd Blankfein in jail? Like I just told you, Tony Blair, Lloyd Blankfein, and Jamie Dimon stole $98 billion of Libya, Gaddafi's money. Are they in jail? But here they coming after this brother here, right? But he's what? He got one, he's over into the ways of man. He eating up the cockatrice eggs. And he's trying to do something in his way to help us, his people, from inside the ways of the heathen. You can't do that. He had no protection at all, right? He's eating boule. Huh? Out his own mouth. He said he's a Boule member. Huh? So evidently, he was saying some things on his radio show that they didn't like. So they went all the way back between 2004 and 2006, right? 9 to 7 years ago, and have indicted him and say he got to make restitution, $9.8 million, and he's subject to be fined another $1 million, and he's looking at so much time in prison. But again, going back to this 59th chapter, what does it say? I'm going to pick it up at verse 6 again. Their webs shall not become garments. He's trying to clothe himself with these lies and deception. He can't clothe himself, right? He's saying they're trying to destroy me. Neither shall they cover themselves with their works, right? Their works are works of iniquity, and the act of violence is in their hands. Their feet run to evil. They make haste to shed innocent blood. Their thoughts are thoughts of iniquity. Wasting and destruction are in their paths. The way of peace they know not. And there is no judgment in their goings. They have made them crooked paths. Whosoever goes therein shall not know peace. So the Hadia Pendletons, she was walking in this path at 15, went to the presidential inauguration. She was one of the majorettes. She was getting good grades in school, far as I know. You understand? She in this same path. But she couldn't know peace. Her ways didn't prosper. She got shot. She got shot by one of her own people, another Israelite, one of them brothers that lie at the corner, at the head of every street. Huh? Full of the fury of Yah. Not drunk on wine, but full of the fury of Yah. But none of them understand that. They might be smoking reefer, blunts. They might be dropping ecstasy. Huh? They might be drinking 40 ounces. They might be drinking wine. But what makes them do this? Because they are full of the fury of Yah. Mad at the sight of their eyes. Deuteronomy 28:15 through 68. In want of all things. Okay? Therefore judgment is far from us, neither does justice overtake us. Huh? We wait for light to behold obscurity, for brightness, but we walk in darkness. We grope for the wall like the blind. You hear that? Like the blind. They got eyes open, but they can't see. They got ears, but they can't hear. They got a heart, but they can't understand. You know, Yeshaya chapter 6 and other places, right? I know many of you out there, if not all of you, have read these things, right? They grope for the wall like the blind, and we grope as if we had no eyes. We stumble at noonday as in the night. Huh? Noonday, sun high in the sky, not a cloud anywhere, and they stumbling like it's nighttime. Because they can't see. They know not at what they stumble at. Because they got idols and images set up in their heart. Don't make any difference what it is, whether it's Jesus, Yeshua, huh? Mary, huh? The cross. How many of them wearing crosses around their neck like Spike Lee? Whether they idolizing an automobile, a house, an apartment, a human being. We are in desolate places as dead men. In other words, like dead men, walking dead, zombies. We roar all like bears, mourn sore like doves. Because they talk big, many of them talk big. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. When it come down, you understand? When it hit the fan, they crying, they whining. Can't do a thing. We look for judgment, but there is none, for salvation, but it is far off from us. And why? For our transgressions are multiplied before thee, and our sins testify against us. For our transgressions are with us, and as for our iniquities, we know them. What are they? In transgressing and lying against Yah, and departing away from our strong ones, speaking oppression and revolt, conceiving and uttering from the heart words of falsehood. All these people who talking about sovereignty, right? Acceptance for value. You know, they talking this sovereignty stuff. That's rebellion and revolt against the laws that we under, right? You got different Israelites talking about, we're going to kill up all the white folks. We're going to kill up all the Edomites. You understand? You know, all the white folks that's left going to be our slaves. All that nonsense. And I don't doubt, just when I said that, you might have Esau sitting around, right? And he gonna try to do a sound bite and play that and say, you hear what that Yehuda Yah said? All the white folks gonna be enslaved. He gonna try to use that, you know, take a little sound bite. That's how he does it, right? Take it out of context. Nonsense. Speaking oppression and revolt, right? What does Yah tell us in the in chapter 3 verse 31 Proverbs? Envy not the oppressor, choose none of his ways. We're not supposed to do what they do. Okay? See? Speaking oppression and revolt, conceiving and uttering from the heart words of falsehood. And judgment is turned away backward. Justice stands afar off. For truth is fallen in the street, and equity cannot enter. This Ballantyne, they brought him up in the courtroom. He went to court on the 5th of this month. And I know he probably got a continuance. You understand? Every now and then in the morning, you know, I'm out. I'm in the car, so I turn on his station. He hasn't been on, Father. I know he hasn't been on since. You understand? When I heard him that Friday after he got indicted that Thursday, I heard him that Friday, and I didn't know what was wrong with him, because when I came in on his radio show, you know, I'm coming in on the middle of it, and I'm listening to him, and I'm like, man, what? I didn't know what it. I said something doesn't happen, because I could tell, you know, he was out of it. He hasn't been back on since. Okay, and that's the very next day. Like I said, this article comes out of Thursday's paper. I heard him that Friday. That was January 11th. No, wait a minute. Take that back. Wait a minute. Hold it. I got the wrong article. Hold it. Okay, this was, wait a minute. Okay, this was in January 29th. Okay, and that's when he got indicted. And I heard about this that Friday, which was, because this paper came out on a Tuesday, January 29th. So that was like the 25th of January when I heard this show. And that's the last time, January 25th. That's the last time he's been on the radio. Okay, he's getting close to a month. Because he messed up, right? He's messed up because he's looking at time in jail, almost $10 million restitution or more. You understand? He messed up. But that's him. You understand? He's eating the cockatrice eggs. He was trying to be part of this, but at the same time, you know, he's trying to, you know, speak against this to a degree. You understand what I mean? Trying to speak up for his people in some shape, form, or fashion, but at the same time, he in idolatry, all kinds of idolatry, because he was, like I said, he espoused the main idol of Christianity, and then you know he's worshiping himself. Anybody that's in idolatry is idolatry, because idolatry allows them to do their. Now, the last article I got here, and I saved this to last, you know, I don't know how many of you out there saw the movie Django, Quentin Tarantino, Django, right? But if you haven't seen it, go see it or get the DVD, because Yada and myself, we enjoyed it immensely. Okay? Because there's a lot of things Tarantino bringing out in that movie. And when you see it, if you haven't seen it, when you do see it, pay particular attention to all the things, the details, the music, everything, but pay particular attention to the role that Samuel L. Jackson plays. All right? Pay particular attention to his role, because he's playing the consummate house nigga. And I don't bite my tongue one bit. Did you hear what I said? Pay particular attention to Samuel L. Jackson's role, because he's playing the consummate role of the house nigga. Okay? And this Django, they was selling action figures. Okay? Because I remember when I saw it, but they took them, they withdrew them off the market because they got some of these, Negroes, like Al Sharpton, right? He didn't want these figures to be shown. He denouncing the movie, right? See, because he one of your consummate house niggas, okay? Al Sharpton, just like Jesse Jackson and all the rest of them, all right? Cause I told Yada, I said, boy, they selling some action figures. I need to get about 12 or 14 of these Samuel L. Jackson dials, for the role he played, so I can hand them out. And she told me, she said, you're gonna need a lot more than 12 or 14, lot more than 12 or 14. You know what I'm saying? Okay, but it's a good movie. It's entertaining. Quite naturally, it's got violence in it, because that's part of what they put out there for the public consumption. But you don't let the violence take you away from the points that's being brought out in the movie, because he's making some salient points. And I'm just going to tell you one of these, whether you saw it or not. I don't think it'll destroy the movie, right? It's a scene near the end when Jamie Foxx, who's playing the title character, Django, because the whole thing is about him recovering his woman from slavery. You follow what I'm saying? From captivity. And he's determined to do that. And you understand, it's a scene near the end when he gets away from these slavers. You understand? It was 3 other brothers with him. They was in a cage, like a cart on wheels, but it was like a cage, right? And when he got away, 3 brothers that was with him sitting in the cage, when he did what he did and it was riding away, they still was sitting in the cage with the door wide open. You understand what I'm saying? The mindset. The door was wide open and they still sitting there. Now, those of you who are privy to that first show we did with Mark Sims in 2006, August 2006, if you go there and listen to it, you can't see it, all right, because they took it down. But if you go back there and listen to it, near the end of that show, you will hear me say, I said, Mark, it's plenty of us, talking about Israel, that complain about America every day. And before I can say anything else, Mark Sims said, it ain't going nowhere. And I said, that's right. They're not going anywhere. I said, if you held a 45 cocked to their head and said, I'm taking you out of America, they would fight you tooth and nail. And again, if you haven't seen Django, when you do see it, all right, pay particular attention to that scene when he gets away at the end and them 3 brothers are sitting in that cage that he was in too at one time. Now he done got out, the door is wide open and they still sitting there. Wasn't going anywhere. Okay, any of you got anything you want to say? Questions? Any questions? If there's no questions, then we will release the mic. There are angels. Yes, there are. I see the brother answered you before I could say it. Right. Yes, there are angels. When we die, just like it says there in Ecclesiastes, the wisest man ever to be on earth or ever will, Solomon, huh? He said what? When you die, your spirit returns unto he who gave it. That means Yah pulls your spirit out of you back to himself, because he's the spirit of all living things, because he's spirit. Okay? And your body, turns to dust. Angels are living beings. Okay, that's what you see in Genesis chapter 1 when Yah said, let us make man in our image. He was talking to the angels. When you go to the book of Daniel, right? When you go to chapter 10, you see an angel was sent to him, right? Angel was sent to him in chapter 9. He describes the angels, right? He saw 3 angels in chapter 12, okay, because he was by a river, and one angel was standing on the river. That's the angel that was talking to him, and it was an angel on each side of the river, okay? In chapter, in chapter 7, he in the vision, he was, he saw all of the people, the judge, the judgment, the book was open, because it's talking about today and beyond today. You understand what I mean? Where Yah had the book of life opened up, and the Ancient of Days, which is Yah, right? The first and the last, and it was many people ministering to Yah. That was the children of Israel and others who will come into Israel and attach themselves to us in whatever tribe they attach themselves to, and they will be our servants, but we all will be ministering to Yah. And it says, what does it say? 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The books was open and the judgment was set. Okay. Well, again, him understood what he was looking at. Okay. Again, angels look like men. Now you have other celestial beings. Some are called seraphims, as you see in Yeshaya chapter 6. We don't basically know what they look like because they have 6 wings. That's what it tells us. But 2 of the wings they covered their face, and 2 of the wings they covered their feet. And with 2 of the wings they were flying. Now that's one set of celestial beings. Then you have cherubims, right, that are described in the book of Ezekiel. They got 4 heads and they got 4 wings. Right? They got the head of a man, the head of a cherub, the head of a lion, and the head of an eagle. Now that's another celestial being, and the way they're described, they're the ones that pull Yah's chariot. They on the front of Yah's chariot. Okay. Melchizedek was the priest of Yah, who was in Salem. It was called Salem, not Jerusalem yet. And he was the priest of Yah, and of Salem, Jerusalem, and he was a priest also. So that's why when it talks about this All right, we're back. Can you hear me? Let me know if you can.
Yeah.
Okay, we had to shut down. Esau's messing with stuff. We saw he had some of your mics blocked out, red dotted. But as I was saying, Melchizedek, he was a priest of the Most High. He was a ruler, governor over Jerusalem. Okay, and he was a priest also at the same time. You see in Genesis where he came out and blessed Abraham when Yah had, given those kings into Abraham's hand, right? And Abraham was able to recover Lot, his nephew, and bring back the spoil of those kings. Melchizedek came out and blessed Abram in the name of Yah. And again, he was governor over Salem, as it was called then. And he was also a priest of the Most High, knowledgeable of the law of Yah without a doubt, fluent, if you will. And that's what Yah is talking about in regards to the seed of David today. He will be a priest on the throne after the manner of Melchizedek. Okay? Okay, I see this about Exodus chapter 22, verse 28. Let me go there. Okay,
the first part is 1, 2, 3.
It's something because I got explanatory to the first. See, it's again Esau's tampered with the book, and when it says God lowercase like that, God's, he put that in place of judges, which again are the rulers of the people, because he's talking about the Levites and or eventually the seed of David that would be any seed of David that was raised up by Yah and set over the people, right? Even Saul initially, right, even though he was a Benjamite, and the high priest. The people are not supposed to revile, okay, the judges, or speak against them. You see what I'm saying? Those who administer the law and the way of the Most High, who stand in representation of Yah, insofar, in other words, the arm of Yah, right? The descendants of Jerusalem, the males, the Levites, again, the seed of David that's anointed by Yah to be governor, the seed of Zadok that's anointed to be high priest. The people are not supposed to talk against them and to what's the word I'm looking for? Attack them verbally, in their administration of the way of Yah. That's all that's talking about. Okay? That's why it says at the back half, right? Nor curse the rulers of the people, because, you got the people, as we see, as you read through the, different books about what the people did to the prophets of Yah, how they attacked them, how they turned the back to them and not the face, how at times, like I mentioned earlier about Jeremiah, they wanted to kill. Some of them wanted to kill Jeremiah, right? Because of what he was speaking the words of Yah. Huh? And that's why he told him, he said, you can kill me if that's your desire. I can't stop you, in other words, but know for certainty that you will bring innocent blood on your hands, because surely every word I've spoken is from Yah, you see. Okay?
Zechariah 5:8.
Okay, Zechariah chapter 5, or 5 through 8, is that 5, 8, or 5 through 8?
No, 5, 8. And then he says, especially verse 8. What? 5 through 8. 5, 8.
Okay, okay, well again, see, who posted that? Possibly you're not 45 years old or older, okay? And you know, because if you were like my age or even a little bit younger than myself, you know, like in your 50s on up into your 60s, you would remember the dime, okay, the old dime that had 90% silver in it. It had a woman in the midst of it. You would remember the old $50 that had a woman with a scale in her hand, okay, in the midst of it. You follow what I'm saying? You would remember these things because that's what that's talking about. It says, I'm going to pick it up at verse 8, right? Matter of fact, let me pick it up at verse 6. And I said, what is this? This is Zechariah asking the angel, you know, that's talking to him, right? Right? You see that in verse 5? He said, lift up now thine eyes and see what is this that goes forth. And I said, what is it? And the angel said to Zechariah, this is an ephah that goes forth. He said, moreover, this is their resemblance through all the earth. And behold, there was lifted up a talent of lead, and this is a woman that sits in the midst of the ephah. And he said, this is wickedness. And he cast it into the midst of the ephah, and he cast the weight of lead upon the mouth thereof. Then lifted up mine eyes and looked, and behold, there came out 2 women, and the wind was in their wings, for they had wings like the wings of a stork, and they lifted up the ephah between the earth and the heaven. Then said I to the angel that talked with me, where do these bear the ephah? And he said unto me, to build it a house in the land of Shinar, and it shall be established and set there upon her own base. Well, you look up Shinar, and the definition of Shinar is a land of traffic, commercialism. That's the daughter of Babylon, United States of America. Okay? Because remember now, and understand, Haggai and Zechariah, when they were raised up by Yah, Deuteronomy 18th chapter, right? When they were raised up by Yah to prophesy to Zerubbabel and them, the original Babylon had already been knocked off. You follow me? I mean, it wasn't destroyed. It had been taken over by who? By Cyrus. And he set Darius the Mede over it to administer it. Isn't that right? And then what it tells you in Daniel chapter 5? Darius the Mede was made king over the realm of the Chaldeans. Because now, you understand, when Yah raised up Haggai and Zechariah, you in the Medo-Persian kingdom now, the second kingdom of man. Okay? So it's talking about daughter of Babylon, the next Babylon in the world. That's the United States of America. Like I said, you know, you must, you know, be maybe like 45 years or younger, so you don't remember, possibly you haven't seen those coins that had the woman in the midst of it. Because they took all them coins because they had 90% silver in them. They took them coins out of circulation. And when they came back with the other coins, it didn't have that woman in the midst of it. You know, they had Eisenhower on the dime, on the new dimes that was, you know, earth safe. They didn't have silver in them. You know, you had old Dwight Eisenhower, the old president. His head was in the midst of that, and then they had like a candlestick on the back of it. All right. I'm trying to see what the next one is. Okay, Daniel 7:22, is that speaking of the chosen teaching the world? Let me look at it. Well, again, it's not. You know that's part of that without a doubt, but that's not actually what's being conveyed in that 22nd verse. It's saying again that the books of judgment was open, like I just mentioned earlier, right? judgment was given to the saints of the Most High. The judgment is, bringing out Yah's judgment, saying what Yah is doing and what he's going to do on this earth. Yah's judgment. So you could say, that's what that's specifically talking about. In so doing, quite naturally, different people who might have been confused about that, they hear it, Yah illuminates them, and then they learn. Right? What's this? Exodus, wait a minute, rolled out. Hold a minute. Okay, Exodus 40, 12 to 15. Wait a minute. Okay, well again, this is the seed, this is Aaron, right? Because he was the first high priest, after they came out of Egypt, right? He was the first high priest, because it's after the situation in Egypt that Yah took the whole tribe of Lewi to himself for killing the firstborn man and beast of Egypt. And so Yah gave the covenant of the high priesthood to Aaron. And then his sons were, again, Lewites, right? Because that's what they were anyway, of the tribe of Lewi, right? And so, it wasn't until what Eli and his sons did, Hophni and Phinehas, that Yah stopped. He told him it wasn't going to be called, by the name of Aaron, the high priesthood. It was going to eventually go and be called by another name whom Yah would choose. This was in 1 Samuel chapter 2, right? When Yah said he told Eli through Samuel, when Samuel was a little boy, right? After Hannah had, Yah had given Hannah a Samuel, and then she weaned him and she brought him up and gave him to Yah, as she had, made the vow to Yah she would do. And Yah came through Samuel to Eli to tell Eli what he was going to do to his house for what he had done and what he allowed his children to do. Okay? And he said he was going to take the priesthood away from them. And so that's when the priesthood wasn't called anymore after Aaron. It was called, eventually it became known as the high priesthood. It was, Yah made an everlasting covenant with Zadok and his seed forever. Right? So, that's what that, initially it was Aharon and his sons, right? Okay, in Amos, wait a minute now, in Amos 5:8, what are the 7 stars and Orion? Well, again, I don't even have to go there. It's self-explanatory. It's just 7 stars, and one of them was called Orion. Esau done changed all of that. Now he got Jupiter and Mars and Saturn, and he got his names. But, that's not, Orion possibly is one of those, and those 7 possibly great stars. But, that's what Yah called them. But Esau, he gonna change everything that he could that Yah said. You know what I'm saying? That's all that is. At least that's how I perceive it. If you come up with something other than that, then, you relay that back to us. Yah bless you too, brother. Yahuda Shua ben Dawid. Okay, wait a minute. Now I'm reading this Blue Rain. It said you have a son that's what? The screen jumps, so just wait a minute. I have a 6-year-old son who listens along with me. He wants you to explain how you know all of your info or information. He awaits your response. Okay, well, again, it's Yah. It's Yah. It's reading and studying. You tell your 6-year-old son that, and I hope, and if he's listening, he can hear this, and it's my pleasure. But I started reading October 1973. That's when I first picked the book up. I was 22 years old. It's about a little better than a month before my 23rd birthday. And I kept on reading, and as I was, I've said before, the first 10 years that I was reading, I wasn't totally committed and submitted to Yah. I learned a lot of things, but nowhere near what Yah has taught me over the last 30 years. Almost 30. It'll be 30 more, in October of this year. It'll be 40 years altogether, but at that time. But he's shown me a whole lot more from October 1983 up until now, because I totally committed and submitted to Yah's law. I turned totally away from the ways of the heathen and started to do, have done, are doing, still doing, and will be doing, all I can to be in harmony with Yah and to do, my determination. And again, let me say this, for everybody that's listening, as well as your son. I didn't start out, to be governor or to be over people. My thing was I wanted to know the truth of all of this. And as I've said in the past, I was militant minded in the late 60s, early 70s. Revolutionary minded. I'm still revolutionary minded, but it's not a violent, you could even say I'm militant, but it's not a violent militancy. But I am revolutionary because the way of Yah is revolutionary to the ways of man, because the way of man is not the way of Yah. And the way of Yah is not the way of man. And again, just like as I've said earlier, Jeremiah chapter 10, learn not the ways of the heathen. That's Yah talking to us, because again, when you read Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, 15 through 68, right? Specifically 15 through 67, we were to be scattered into the ways of, into the nations of the earth, as we have been all over the world. And we were to take on the customs and the ways of whatever people we were to be scattered into. That's why you've got us coming from different, like Yeshaya. That's with Yah Rices. He was born and raised up in Cuba, but he's an Israelite. You see what I'm saying? It's other brothers that have called here from various places that they were raised up from, and they might not be in their original, where the original geographical location that they were raised up in, but they're Israel. You see, and wherever they were raised under the customs and the ways of those people where they were scattered, where their forefathers were scattered. You see, and once we awaken to the fact that we're Israel, then we have to divorce ourselves. We have to turn away from the ways of man and take on the attributes of the law. Again, I cite you, and I've said it a number of times today, Deuteronomy chapter 30, the first 3 verses, particularly verse 2 and the first 2 words in verse 3. But again, Deuteronomy chapter 30, 1 through 7, basically real succinctly encapsulates the whole situation. Okay? So again, it's Yah that, when you submit and obey, it's Yah that gives you the understanding of this book. He's the only one that can give you understanding. And again, I dealt with that. Just dealt with that right before. Okay. All right. That's all right. Yeah, I bless. Okay, we back on? All right, I'm back. So now, again, you know, when you read those first 9 chapters of Proverbs, you will see there that Yah lays out the format on how one acquires knowledge or understanding. You know, knowledge is understanding, understanding is knowledge, right? And wisdom. And it tells you that wisdom is the principal thing. Okay? And it'll tell you in chapter 9, Proverbs, that the beginning of wisdom is the fear of Yah. And if you fear Yah, you're going to obey him. Okay? And when you start obeying Yah, doing what he says, obeying his laws and statutes, commandments, judgments, you know, adhering to the testimonies that's in this book, where eventually you will be able to testify or witness as I can today. Okay? Then Yah will start to inseminate understanding and knowledge in you. He will start to inseminate or put inside of you, okay, wisdom, because those two things come from Yah. Doesn't come from any human being. That's why it's imperative for us to read, study, pray. And again, when you pray to Yah, you got to turn toward Jerusalem from wherever you are, and you've got to do what you read. And the more you do that, and the longer you are in adherence, submission to that, the more wisdom and understanding Yah is going to give you. Okay? I hope that answered it. If it didn't, you can come back and, you know. Okay, searching for the truth. Okay, what's the difference between God and Yah beside the name? Well, again, God just means strong one. We've talked about that in the past. It comes from El, which is reference to someone or something that's in authority. Okay, they call the idols, in the Canaanite deity, El was the principal strong one, or principal deity, the head of that Canaanite deity. He was called El. He was the father, right? And then Baal was his son. You get it? And eventually, over a period of time, Baal became the principal idol in the Canaanite deity of worship. The people were worshiping, eventually they started worshiping Baal more than El, his father. Sound familiar? Same thing what they doing today, right? You understand? They tell you that they're serving God, if you will, which again is that's not the name of the creator. That's that's just an appellation that people apply to who and whomever or whatever that they perceive as their creator or strong one, right? And then they tell you that Jesus or Yeshua or Yahashua is his son. Same thing. It's nothing new up under the sun. Solomon, Ecclesiastes. And that's why Yah says in Malachi chapter 4, he was going to bring forth El-Ir the prophet. Again, he's not talking about somebody named El-Ir. The reason why El-Ir is used there is because he's taking you back symbolically to 1 Kings chapter 18, and he's communicating to you that the same thing that was going on back there in 1 Kings 18 is the same thing that's going on today. Right? They say Jesus, Yeshua, Yahashua is the son of God or Yah. And that's idolatry. And it's deception. Okay? So what's next? Are you saying the New Testament is false and the book of Revelations? Correct. The New Testament is total lies and deception. The book of Revelations has no relevancy whatsoever, just like the New Testament. Simple as that. Okay? Lies and deception. Because as I said earlier today, and I've spoken of it in things we've done in the past, you got to go back there and look at the JC myth and various things that we've talked about, and in the past. The New Testament, right? Well, again, what's new? Like I cited to you earlier today, if you were listening, and this will be up in a few days on the internet, 3-4 days, possibly 5 days. You can go back and listen to it. When Yah says in 31:31 Jeremiah, that he was going to make a new covenant with the children of Israel, not the covenant he made with them of old, you got to understand what he's talking about. And if you read it, you can see he's not talking about making a new law. He's not talking about dispensing with his law. As I cited earlier today, in Malachi chapter 3 verse 6, Yah says he does not change. He changes not. So he goes on in 31:31 Jeremiah, when he's talking about the new covenant this time is that everybody has to read this book of remembrance and study on their own, you know what I'm saying, for themselves. They have to read and learn the law, okay? Learn Yah's precepts, his statutes and judgments, just like you see in Malachi chapter 4, what he adjures us to do, each and every one of us. Because like I cited earlier today, when you go to Malachi chapter 2, Yah is saying there that the people, learn the law from the mouth of the priest. That's how they got it, from the mouth of the priest. Just like the brother earlier, a few minutes ago, when he asked about that over there in Leviticus, right? What is that? I forget. No, not Leviticus. What was it? Exodus 22. When it says, "Don't revile the judges," or should I say, "Don't revile the gods." Well, again, 22:28. Exodus. Right. So, again, that God's there was just initially. All right. Hold on. Okay, can everybody hear me? Let me know if you need me. Can you hear me out there? He's messing with it. Can you hear me out there? You can let me know. I don't know if they hear me. I don't know if they hear me. Right? Because when I asked them could they hear me, wasn't nothing even coming up on the screen. Okay. Okay, they can hear it? Okay. All right. Yeah, but.
I'm just saying now it looks like it's just slow.
Okay, now, again, now, okay, I'm trying to remember where I was, where I left off. Hold on. That's why he does what he does, to, disrupt the train of thought.
I think the name was the difference between and the name. God.
Okay, yeah, but I was here. Mm-hmm. Okay, and again, You know, Yah says in Malachi chapter 4, remember the law that I gave to you by the hand of my servant Moses with the statutes and judgments. So when you go to 31:31 Jeremiah, right, the new covenant is everybody's got to read the book, but they're still responsible for the law, right? Because again, he says there in 31:31 Jeremiah, the new covenant is everybody's got to read. You can't depend on the priest. You can't depend on the governor. You can't depend on the high priest to administer the law to you correct. You can listen to them, but you've got to go, and you do listen to other people, but you've got to go and read it yourself. Because just like, you know, I was bringing this out last night, Yeshaya chapter 51, verse 5. The first line in the 5th verse when Yah says, my righteousness is near, right? Well, his righteousness is his word. And this book of remembrance, together with, you know, the New Testament, the lie and the deception of the New Testament, you know, with this wrapper around the whole thing called the Bible, right? This King James authorized version of the Bible is all over the world in over 2,000 languages. So therefore, it is near everybody on the earth. So nobody has any excuse why they can't read it. You follow me? So therefore, Yah is saying that now, see, because back in ancient times, all right, in the times of our forefathers, many, many centuries ago, you know, it wasn't a lot of books. It wasn't a lot of, you know, scrolls, you know what I mean? And see, as we've spoken of before, this book of remembrance was not put together as it, you know, in a one compilation until the time of Nehemiah. That's what you see there in Malachi chapter 3, verse 12-13. That's when they put the book of remembrance together. You see what I'm saying? Because they put it together for us today, so that we would have a roadmap back to Yah. That's why Yah didn't allow the illuminated Edomite to diffuse, you know, circumvent the roadmap back to him. The Illuminati Edomite has tampered with it, but Yah wouldn't be righteous if he allowed the Illuminati Edomite to totally obliterate his roadmap back to him. You see what I'm saying? Yah wouldn't be righteous. See, and the Illuminati Edomite, he doesn't have the power that Yah. He's nowhere near Yah's power. He's just a human being that Yah created. You see what I'm saying? That's why Yah tells us in Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 14, the illuminated Edomite today, in his heart, he thinks he's high as Yah. He thinks he's like Yah. See? But Yah has told us, you understand, in the one chapter Obadiah, that their pride and arrogance has deceived them. You follow me? Because just like what Solomon has put forth in Ecclesiastes when he said, Yah has made man upright, but man has sought out many inventions. And because of his inventions, just like this invention of the illuminated Edomite that we own now. I mean, and really, it might necessarily been, not necessarily was an Edomite that invented it, because, you know, Bill Gates, I don't look at him as an Edomite. I think he's really a Gentile. But the illuminated Edomite has taken this basically over because they brought Bill Gates in to the cabal. You understand what I'm saying? They brought Gates into the cabal when they hit him, you know, with the antitrust suit about 12, 13 years ago. And it was from that antitrust suit that they made him submit to their will. And he basically joined them. You understand what I'm saying? Because they wasn't going to allow him to acquire all this money and have this control over this apparatus that he invented, you understand, without being subjected to them. Now, just like I got through telling you about this Warren Ballantine, you understand what I'm saying? They brought him in, just like I read to you in the article. They say he's got about 3 million listeners across the country. Now, you know, because he's one of us, he's an Israelite, these 3 million listeners that they estimate that he has, I would say that 2.99999 million of those listeners are Israelites. So they know he has a large segment of Israelite listeners. He's got their ear. So it very well could be that they've hit him with this $9.8 million indictment of restitution plus $1 million fine plus looking at, so many years in prison. You understand what I mean? To make him do what? Remember what I said now. He's over in their apparatus. He's in the matrix. You follow me? But he tries to say and do some things to bring out some things about our situation to make it better for us. But at the same time, he's going against this apparatus that he's a part of. You follow me? And they're not going to allow you to do that. See, he has no protection. You see what I'm saying? So it very well could be that they've hit him with this to make him do what? Like what Bill Gates did. Submit and cry uncle. And then once they, reprogram him, they might let him go with a little fine and send him on back out here with this radio show. You understand what I mean? But this time, he gonna be saying just what they want him to say. No more, no less. So now it all depends. If, you understand, again, we're going to see if he's really caring about his people like he claimed on the show, and really against these powers that he sees that are oppressing his people like he claims. All right? Because if he doesn't come back at all with a radio show, he stood up for the principles that he, some of these principles he had, and they're going to dislodge him out of that situation. If he comes back with a radio show and ends up getting probation, you follow what I'm saying? Like I said, and a little tap on the wrist, they say we find him, but he, or they might exonerate him totally, then that means he's conformed. He submitted. You understand? And now he is totally an Illuminati tentacle working for the Illuminati, like Barack Obama, like Jesse Jackson, like Al Sharpton. If you remember, and I've spoken about this in the past, if you go back so far, you remember, because they showed it on 60 Minutes, right, where Al Sharpton was in a hotel room to make a cocaine deal. And the feds came in on him. And he's sitting there looking real stupid. And then he comes out later saying that he was there trying to bust the people who he was, he's a double A. He gonna try to bust the people who he was supposed to be dealing with. That's what he came out with. Next thing you know, you understand, look at what now. He's got his radio show. He got a TV program come on Monday through Friday, right? And it's called what, Action Network or something?
No, that's his other thing.
Okay, because y'all are hip to him. I don't watch that, but
it's called Politics Nation.
Okay, Politics Nation, y'all to tell me. I know y'all heard it. So again, but Al Sharpton is totally controlled by the Illuminati. Totally. Like I just read to you about that Django. He came out totally against the Django, cause what? He's the epitome of an Illuminati Edomite house nigger. Simple as that. Okay? You understand? Like the T.D. Jakeses and the Creflo Dollars and the Eddie Longs, and you know what I mean? And that boy who's the Attorney General, what's his name? Holder, house nigga. What's that one used to be there? The one that came out and said Iraq had the weapons of mass destruction. Colin Powell, another house nigga. And he could be an Edomite too, because he come out them islands. You understand? He could be like, Farrakhan, really an Edomite that looked like us. You understand what I'm saying? So, again, we'll see. You follow me as far as Valentine, all right? But, you understand what I'm saying? There is no equivocation. You either with Yah or you're not with Yah. And if you're not with Yah, you have no protection, you have no shield, so you very well can be not only intimidated if you go against the Illuminati Edomite, but killed, just like Jesse James, and many others, if not literally killed, politically per se. And again, we shouldn't be in politics at all, but you can be killed, how can I put it, economically. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah, because he encourages people. He helps them with in his law practice with bankruptcy.
Right. Yada just brought out again, this Warren Ballantine, he was helping different ones of us, per se, with these bankruptcies, because they deal with these bankruptcy laws. Okay? So they went all the way back and found something that they could prosecute him. But like I said, they didn't prosecute anybody of AIG. They didn't prosecute anybody of Goldman Sachs. They didn't prosecute anybody of JP Morgan Chase. You follow what I'm saying? Okay, what did we
That's right.
okay, trying to pick up now. Wait a minute, what's up here?
No, you deal with
no,
I don't
what's
remember
this?
Okay,
I remember 44 and a half Statute of Liberty. I don't know what that means. So who?
That's talking about the coinage, maybe. You talking about?
Again, I don't know what a 44 and a half Statute of Liberty is, Jonah Israel. So you got to, Jonah Israel, you got to come back, with what you mean by that. And again, the New Testament has no relevancy other than it's that new idol, Deuteronomy chapter 32. Okay? It's that new thing. Again, it takes you away from the law. It takes you away from Yah. It's total garbage. Total. The whole thing is garbage. Just, anybody that's fooling with the New Testament, that's why they confused and don't see clearly, because like Yah said in reference to the brothers in Demona in chapter 48, Yeshaya, the first 11 verses, he would not allow and has not allowed those brothers and sisters to truly understand. Why? Lest they should say their graven image had done it, their molten image. You follow me? Which their graven image has been of me and themselves, individually and collectively, right? So again, anybody that's in the New Testament, Yah's not going to allow you to understand, because you're going to give credit to the idol or idols of Christianity, which again was conceived by the illuminated Edomite. So in doing so, you're really giving credit to him, because he's deceived you. You've eaten cockatrice eggs. Okay, here we go to the next. Is using a heating device like a toaster, microwave, the same as fire, which is prohibited by the law, to kindle a fire on the Sabbath? People debate this topic. Okay, did you answer?
No,
okay, now again, you're cooking. Cooking is work. Okay? Just like you got the furnace, it's got an automatic pilot, right? We use light. Light is a form of heat. We're sitting here with a light on, okay, so that we can see. The electricity is already there. You just switching a button, it's on, okay? But when you kindle a fire, you understand what I'm saying? To cook, cooking is work. We're not supposed to work on Yah's Sabbath day, okay? So, again, what's next?
Did you answer? Would we recognize one another once we return to the Father? I don't even know where that.
Okay, wait a minute. Did you answer? Would we recognize one another once we return to the Father? Okay, when you say recognize, the children of Israel, who, an Israelite is determined by, they can see all of those signs in the curse upon themselves, okay, and upon their people. Again, this is what makes Esau not Israel. You follow me? Because that curse does not apply to him. That's why they always harp on the Holocaust. But that's just one event. And again, that was perpetrated, as we've said in the past, by the Illuminati Edomite upon his own people. Okay? So, that the curse that we see in Deuteronomy 28:15 through 68 does not apply to the Edomites, because as they'll tell you, they've never been enslaved. They have never been captives. All right? So that knocks them out right there, just that on that one point. And again, like we've said in the past, that 68th verse in chapter 28 Deuteronomy, that doesn't even apply to all Israel, because all Israel was not scattered to the four corners of the earth in ships. Okay? Okay, what's next?
when we die and return to the Creator, then we become like angels? Or
No, when you die, that's it. You know, when you die, when humans die, their bodies turn to dust, their spirit goes back to Yah. That's it. Finito. Okay?
We don't become angels.
That's it. Angels is angels. We're not angels. We're human beings. We'll never be an angel. That's not communicated in this book. Okay? Okay. Okay. Do we just merge with him again? He pulls our spirit back to himself because he's the spirit of all living things. All right. Okay, please explain Isaiah 3:18-26. Okay, that sounds like the daughters of Zion for their hardiness. And again, you know, don't we see the daughters of Zion? Many of them, I mean, they're hardy at this very day. And that's why Yah is doing what he's doing to them. That's why they had the scabs in their head, hair falling out, you know, because again, it's not even necessarily what, you know, some of them are doing, you know, different women of the children of Israel, you know, daughters of Zion today. Some of them, very few, but some of them, and more all the time, have turned back to Yah. But they still have to answer for what they did prior. We all have to get judged. Remember now, Ecclesiastes chapter 11. And I'm going to read just that piece to you right now, right? I'm going to pick it up at verse 9. This is 11 Ecclesiastes verse 9. Rejoice, O young man, in thy youth, and let thy heart cheer thee in the days of thy youth, and walk in the ways of thine heart, and in the sight of thine eyes. You hear that? In the ways of thine heart. In other words, your desire of your heart, right? And in the sight of thine eyes. But know you that for all these things Yah will bring thee into judgment. Okay? So my point is, you've got different women and men that have awakened of the children of Israel to the fact that they're Israel, right? And they have turned totally to Yah or are turning. But in the process, they are still going to be brought into judgment for what they have done in their life, you know, up to that point and beyond. So when I say that, and I've spoken on this, touched on this in the past, Yah is very merciful. You can go to Ezekiel chapter 18 and read that chapter, okay? And if you know, because before you knew about Yah, quite naturally, you know, you've done wicked and egregious things, some less, some greater. You know what I'm saying? You have to be brought into judgment for those things. Now, Yah is merciful, so if you turn to Yah and submit and you plead to Yah, lift up the calves of your lips, Hosea 14th chapter, and implore Yah to have mercy on you for your sins and your iniquities that you have committed in the past. Okay? And now you've turned to Yah and are turning to Yah with all your heart and soul, doing all you can to get in harmony with Yah. Yah is very merciful. He won't, you know, put on you what some of your sins actually called for, like death and destruction possibly. He won't do that, but he's still going to apply a certain amount of judgment on you for what you have done. You still have to be brought into judgment to whatever degree. Okay? So again, when you read this, Yeshaya chapter 3, okay, remember and understand that you're going to have some daughters of Zion, okay, who have turned to Yah now, but they've done things that were iniquitous, sinful in their past. Okay, well, even though they've turned to Yah, they still going to be brought into judgment to whatever degree for what they've done in the past. Now, remember what it's saying here, okay? And again, that was a verse. I'm pretty sure this is what you're referring to. I think you went back too far, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Here it is.
Okay.
18
okay, 18 through 26. In the days Right. Okay. Well, again, the women wear what? They wear little chains around their ankles. They wear things in their ears. I know a sister. She's put a stud through her nose. She's got a stud through her tongue. She's got 2 studs in her arm. Okay, that rise up above the skin. Okay, she's got tattoos on her. Okay, and this is an Israelite sister. Quite naturally, I've seen many Gentile women like that, but I've seen Hebrew Israelite women who they put all of the dye in their hair, straighten their hair. You follow me? Like Michelle Obama, right? That you saw at the inauguration, right? She's straightened her hair and got it all dyed and fried and whatnot, right? Well, all these things, these different chemicals go into the bloodstream, and over a period of time you keep using them. What's going to happen? You can develop a scab in your head. You can even get cancer of the bloodstream, or cancer lodged up in your body because of the chemicals that seep in to your bloodstream and are carried throughout your body. You'll have hair falling out. Okay, if you get a chance, look at that thing about Chris Rock, Good Hair. It talks about that in that. You understand what I'm saying? And the women do this because of their pride, because of their vanity, right? Because they've been shown something in these magazines that they look at. Essence, or I don't know the name of all of them. I know some of you women out there, you know them. Like Yada, she knows them. You understand what I mean? You've been following these designers who design the stuff every year. And so, well, I got to get this because, that's the new style, right? And so you're dressing by somebody else's dictates. You see, like I mentioned about J-Lo earlier, right? She comes out almost naked, like Beyonce at the halftime of the Super Bowl. She comes out naked when she does stuff with the gyrations, right? Wears real scanty clothes, showing her body. You see what I'm saying? Puts the stuff in her hair, to straighten it. Wears different makeup and things. Well, again, the Illuminati Edomite with his laboratories, they make up these different eyeliners and makeup and lipstick and fingernail toe polish, right? Just like they make the dyes that, they've taken over these companies basically that are, some of them used to be so-called black owned by Israelites per se, and they bought them out. L'Oreal bought out Soft Sheen here in Chicago many years ago. Okay, they've taken control and they put things in these different things that the people buy, the women buy, and they put on their bodies. And these things have chemicals in them that seep into the body, that seep into the bloodstream. Just like I mentioned about the women when they use Kotex. These come in a box. They're manufactured in a corporation by a certain corporation or corporations, right? They don't know what's on these Kotexes that they take and put up inside their body. You see what I'm saying? But we know that the Illuminati Edomite is attacking our women and has been attacking them for a few centuries, and definitely in the past century. Why? Just think about what Pharaoh said. Tutmos the First, the father of Hatshepsut, right? The father to Tutmos the Third, right? Tutmos III was the father of the Amenhotep II, who was the pharaoh of the Exodus in 1440 BCE. And just look at what Tutmos I said to the Hebrew Israelite midwives in the front of the book of Exodus. He told them, if it's a son that comes forth, kill it, right? If it's a daughter, leave it alive. Well, the Illuminati Edomite, he's had that in his mind now for over 100 years. Because when he started to seeing us awake, you see what I'm saying? He started having this in his mind. Attack the women. Just like I just read that about the bromide, the BVO, that's being put in Gatorade. Well, it's in other products as well. And you have other chemicals that are in other food products. And also, what did I read? Deodorants and hair dyes and hair products and whatnot, body products, right? Soaps and whatnot. that they're putting these chemicals in, and these chemicals do what? They create a state of impotency, like sterile, where the women cannot bear children, where the men cannot, have children, where they become impotent. Okay? And this is done purposely because they're trying to wipe us out. That's why Yah is moving, okay, bringing his way on. And again, to answer the young brother, the 6-year-old brother that asked me, how did I acquire this knowledge? How did I get it? Yah is doing this. Just like I said in one of the Pal Talks we did last year, one of the first ones. Yah does not give this knowledge to me and bring this knowledge and this illumination through me because I'm wiser or better or smarter than anyone else. He's doing it that his knowledge, his way can be magnified, his holy name, his way can be established in Jerusalem, that he can be magnified, that he can be uplifted and magnified, and that the people will be able to get a chance to choose between him and anything else. Just like when you read Daniel chapter 2. What did Daniel say to Nebuchadnezzar and his court? Didn't he say that? He said, this knowledge and this understanding is not given to me because I'm wiser than anyone else. It's given to me so that Yah can make known unto you what's going to happen, what's happening, and what's going to happen in the future. Simple as that. Okay? So again, you follow? These women, you understand, today, they were raised to be vain. They were raised to be haughty. They were raised to be arrogant because they've taken on the ways of the heathen. You see? It's what the mindset. Remember, that 29 Yeshaya verse, what was that, 13? Okay? Not only is the fear of Yah taught by the precepts of men, okay, because they got people all into, most people into idolatries of whatever kind, but everything else is being taught to the people. See, people are not, when they are sent to these schools, houses of miseducation, at the young ages, Esau starts to shape and mold their mind through his curricula. Okay? And they're not taught how to think, they're taught what to think. And that's the whole essence of the stone being cut out of the mountain without hands. Because Yah is saying there, he was going to raise up his movement. You see? Him. You see? That's why I said on the very first show we did with Mark Sims, there is no educational facility that you can go to, okay, that's established, of man, in the ways of man, should I say, in this system, that's a educational facility that you can go to learn this. The only place where you can go to learn what's being taught here is from Yah Righteousness, the Most High, the King. He works through his arm, his servants. Okay, what's next?
Highlighted right there.
Okay, a role of new pope to come, please explain. Well, again, we were talking about it the other day. I don't doubt that they're gonna put somebody that looks like us in there, just like they put Barack Obama in there. He is one of us that was being considered supposedly a while back when they picked this last one, and they got one that looks like us now coming out of the continent. I think that's where he comes from. So-called Africa, right? So I have no doubt they might pick him, cause they know most of us operate on, superficiality, right? Not what we know, only what we've been taught to see and to perceive and to think. Again, the average one of us is not taught how to think, we taught what to think. Okay, what's next?
Might be an Asian too.
If you heard Yada, she said it might be an Asian too. Who knows? We'll see. It doesn't matter because we know what they represent is nonsense anyway, so it doesn't matter.
think of animal sacrifices among Israel?
Well, again, what do I think about animal sacrifice among Israelites? You can't sacrifice any animals now. Animal sacrifices is for Yah's temple in accordance with Yah's law. And that's that, what it says in Malachi chapter 3. Bring all the tithes into this. It was not 3, but chapter, was that 1? Chapter 1 Malachi. Bring all the tithes into the storehouse. Well, the storehouse is Yah's temple. It's talking about this third and last temple, which is going to be atop Mount Moriah in Jerusalem. Okay? But anything, if anybody sacrificing any animals anywhere else, you are totally incorrect. I would suggest that person or those persons, they need to go to Yeshaya, Isaiah chapter 66 and read that what Yah is talking about there. Because you sacrificing any place other than Yah's temple, and it's not even built yet, that's like you sacrificing swine's blood cut off a dog's head. Okay, what's next?
These are just comments, I guess.
Okay, comments. Okay, so
someone is hiding Michelle also. Okay. This one is getting too deep for panel talk. AKA Big Brother.
Say what now?
I'm just reading this. Okay.
Too deep for panel talk, also known as Big Brother.
Okay, here, thank you. Now here the guy, he responds back to his little brother, say he'll study more. Okay, New Testament.
We're reading.
New Testament is falsehood mixed with a little truth.
Again, for this person who put up the New Testament is falsehood mixed with a little truth, there is no mixing falsehood with truth. I mean, anybody that does that whole thing is contaminated. So you throw it out. It's polluted. It's adulterated. Truth has no lies in it. Okay, like I keep saying, there is no shades of gray. There is no equivocation. It's either Yah's word or it's not. See? And once you start putting any kind of idolatry in it, that's messed up because Yah's not going to illuminate you. I mean, just look at the brothers in Dimona. They know they Israel, right? Ben-Ami is doing the best he can, but he can't do no better than what he's doing. And like I said, when you read chapter 16, Ezekiel, they're referred to as Sodom and her daughters. Why is that? Because they got Sodomites among them. And this has been known now for 30 years. Going all the way back to 1983. And they tried to hush it up, cover it up, sweep it under the rug. See? But now Yah's brought it out big time. Okay? See? So again, there is no equivocation. There are no shades of gray. Huh? It's dark or light, wrong or right. You one or the other. You either with Yah or you're not.
Now, Abaya responded to her. The New Testament was not written by the prophets. So
that's correct, Abaya. Now, what's next? We dealt with that, didn't we? Amos 3:7. Again, it has to be revealed by the prophets of Yah, right? Okay.
Choppy, so it's nothing but that bad. Breaking away, that's all. Oh my goodness. Okay, so what about the people who can't read?
Again, anybody, that's funny that this person who put up, what about the people who can't read? That's funny because we were just talking about that this morning, Yah and myself, right? And I mentioned to her, and the people who can't read, that means they got to learn how to read. And if they're too lazy and trifling to learn how to read, okay, then they in trouble. All right? I mean, because like I said to people, in the past, it was a time when I didn't know any of this at all. So with that, if I just say, well, I'm not going to read, I know many of you out there, when you've looked at the different videos that we've done through Mark Sims, Viewpoint Chicago, if you looked at many of them, all of them, you at some point, you heard Mark say, I haven't read the book, I'm not going to read the book. Many of the people out there haven't read it and not going to read it. And then he commenced to asking me certain questions, right? Well, if you refuse to read it, then that's on you. You made your decision, right? And so you get what what you've chosen to, to do. You get the desires of your heart. You understand? I could have said that myself, right? Almost 40. Matter of fact, 40 years ago, over 40, I could have said that. Because like I said before, I talked about reading this book for about 1.5 to 2 years before I actually started reading it. And I could have just kept procrastinating, saying one day I'm going to read it, one day I'm going to read it. And, other things could have, had in my heart other things that took preeminence over reading this book that were more important to me. At one time, like I said, for about 1.5 to 2 years, it was other things that were more important to me than reading the book. That's why you call it procrastination. I kept saying, one day I'm going to read this book, like I said, for about 1.5 to 2 years before I actually said, okay, let me pick this book up and start, read. And it wasn't easy because I hadn't been really reading anything for some years because I was in the street. I was out there. My thing was getting money. Simple as that. That was my thing. I'm getting me some money because that was what was preeminent to me. But at the same time, I'm seeing different things too. And I'm revolutionary to the system. That was my mind until when I saw things, started seeing things clearer, I realized I really wasn't as revolutionary as I thought because I was part of the system. And then it came to, well, look, you understand? Let me pick this book up and read it. And then I started to reading. October 1973. It wasn't easy, but the more, I would read some, then I'd leave away, and then something would happen, and it would bring me back. And I'd read a little more and leave away, then something would happen and bring me back. And by the time, like March, April of 74, I got hit with a major hit, and then I was in it. You see? And then it was just more and more and more, you see. And I committed and dedicated myself. And like I just said earlier, it was almost 10 years. Like I was relaying to the young brother, 6-year-old brother. It was 10 years, almost 10 years that I was, straddling the fence. Wasn't totally committed. And I saw a lot of things, understood a lot of things in that in that not being totally committed. I saw a lot of things. Knew we were Israel, okay? Knew the JC thing was a bunch of garbage, okay? Found that out, But it was a whole lot more that he wasn't allowing me to see because I hadn't totally committed and submitted. And then when I realized, like I said to others, and who are listening right now, and maybe some of you might remember this, I might have said it in previous Power Talk, Yah came to me through a two-legged jackass. I say that for all you who are acquainted with the prophecies of Balaam, the son of Beor, just what I'm talking about but this was a two-legged jackass, not a four-legged one, right? And this was in January 1983. And this two-legged jackass, Yah brought these words to me through his mouth. And I heard them. And I had enough grasp of the book, okay, at that time, to when these words was coming to me, I knew it was the Most High. Because at that time, I still didn't know the name of the Most High. I didn't know anything about Yah righteousness. Insofar as, it being the name that had to be on the movement of the Most High. He hadn't revealed because I didn't know the name of the Most High. And it's when I heard this, about a 35 minute, lecture, if you will, or speech that was said to me, and I didn't say anything while I was listening. But while I was listening, it was different things in the book that was popping up in my mind. And what I did was I was going back in my mind about myself over the previous 10 years, almost 10 years. And I knew that the whole time I had been reading, I was like straddling the fence. I never was at that time totally committed. And I realized that I had to truly, totally commit with all my heart and all my soul, which meant I knew I had to give up some of these things that I was doing to make money, the ways of the heathen. Like it says in 331 Proverbs, I mentioned it earlier today, right? Envy not the oppressor and choose none of his ways. And I realized I was going to, if I really wanted to know the truth of this, I was going to have to give up these things that I was doing to make money, and I was going to have to totally submit, which meant was I was going to economically, my economic prowess, my economic income was going to go down, which means that, I was going to have to pull in my horns. I was going to have to pull in the reins, okay? And I was going to have to tighten up, and things that I had, been doing, I was going to have to let go because I wasn't going to be able to afford them. And so that's what I did. It took me all the way from January when I understood this to October of '83 to actually disassociate and to cut myself loose from these things that I, was, caught up in and doing. And then in October of '83, I did that. And I was like, okay, here we go. Okay? And from that point on, I have not reverted back to those ways. And here we are today, 2013, February 16th. Okay? And Yah is bringing this illumination through this movement, Yah righteousness, called by his name, predicated on his laws, his statutes, his ordinances, his judgments, his testimonies, his precepts. That's the charter for this movement. It's 501c3. Okay? We don't have to adhere to the customs, to the duties, to the taxes of this man to a great degree. But it's still, we have to do certain things, because they won't relieve us of them. But as time goes by, in a short time, we don't have that much time now, we're going to be relieved of all of it. And that's what Yah is talking about when he says he's going to burst our bands asunder. And men will no more serve themselves of us. Okay? We will be totally cut loose. Because again, like I was saying to people the other night, last night, we're under the microscope. Not only by the elite, but by, if you will, intellectual Gentiles and other people. Okay? Our brothers and sisters, some of them, the so-called Palestinians, it's some of them. They watching, they listening. If they not listening now, they'll be listening to this in the near future. Because they listening to other things, like we said before. They got a lot, they got all our stuff basically on the other side of the world, over there in Pakistan and various places over there. They listening, they watching. See, because you got many people, they tired of war. They tired of this gross darkness they in. They tired of Esau with his foot on their neck. International bankers. Because again, and we've talked about this last year, right? You've got millions of people in the world right now. They know it's not the president. They know it's not the prime minister. They know it's not the clergy. They know it's who? They know it's the international bankers. from China, to Prague, okay? You understand? To Russia, to New York, to LA. They know it's the international bankers. Okay? See? So, again, you understand? This is the how Yah is raising. Remember what Yah said in Daniel chapter 12, near the end. What did he say? He said, man should run to and fro through the earth, and knowledge shall be increased. And that's what's going on in a rapid state now. Knowledge is being increased rapidly. Just like I read that article earlier about the people on the East Coast, right? New York, you know, where Hurricane Sandy hit. Now they've gotten what? A rude awakening, because what? They're not getting any help from FEMA, the government here. They're not getting any help from the insurance companies. Okay? Now that's an awakening, isn't it? Because they coming up with them policies. They sending it in to Allstate. They sending it in to State Farm. They sending it in to Aetna. They sending it in to Geico. You know what I mean? My property was destroyed by Hurricane Sandy. And you know what they getting back, right? Your policy didn't have you covered for hurricane insurance. And then the ones that had hurricane insurance, they gonna tell them, well, you know, your policy didn't cover flood insurance. It wasn't a hurricane that messed you up, it was a flood. See, because Esau not about, and remember and understand this, all these insurance companies is owned by the Illuminati Edomite. Make no mistake about it, okay? Make no mistake about it. He owns them all. And he's not about paying money out, like we've said in the past about 9/11. When the Illuminati Edomite did that, he could have done it in a way where it would have been much harder for us to understand that this was, you know, for people per se, to understand that this was perpetrated by them. You understand? Because he could have just had the buildings. He didn't have to blow them all the way up and bring them down. He could have had them just messed up enough where he said, well, you know, these buildings can't be inhabited anymore. We got to tear them down and do something else, right? But see, he's so cheap, He's so tight with the dollar, he didn't want to bring in work crews that would have taken a whole long time to finish tearing them buildings down, and they would have had to dispose of all that asbestos that was in those two buildings, right? Because when those buildings was built, they was built with asbestos. All right, well, you know, since those buildings was built, asbestos has been outlawed. You can't have asbestos in your building material, right? Because they know that's cancer causing. So he would have had to bring in a certain group of people, you know, work crews to just take away the asbestos and dispose of it properly. Then bring in another set of work crews to finish tearing the buildings down. Well, he wasn't going to do that. That's a big expense. So he just blow them up, just bring them all the way down. And the way he did it, you can see, ain't no way, no plane with no gasoline, you know, that's going to create that kind of intense heat, going to burn through steel. You know, it has to be, sustained like 2,400 degrees Fahrenheit of sustained heat just to melt steel. So they put them thermite bombs in there and just cut that steel like a hot knife through butter and just dropped them. So he didn't have to bring in no work crews. Then to top it off, you hear the boy, what's his name, Silverstein, on the radio. You know, they on the radio, they played it on. You know, I know some of y'all have heard it, if not all of you. When they played it, he's telling the demolition crew, you know, he said, just go on and pull building 7. You know, that's the third building that they dropped around 5 o'clock that Tuesday evening. It wasn't hit by no plane. And what did he tell them? He said, just go on and pull it, which is the terminology to bring it down. But in order to pull a building, you have to set the charges in there. The explosive charges, thank you, Lord. The explosive charges to bring it down. You know how long it takes to wire up a building like that? It takes about a month.
That was a crime scene, wasn't it?
See, like y'all just said, that was a crime scene, huh? And that was the nail in the coffin, that it was done. It was an inside job. See, so again, you follow me? The power to discern, the power to define, and that's when we submit to Yah and start obeying. He starts giving us, as I just was saying to the young brother and to all of you, right? When you read them first 9 chapters of Proverbs, he's the one that gives the power of knowledge and understanding. He is the one that gives the power of wisdom to apply that to what you know, huh? To truly understand what you're witnessing, what you're seeing. See, that's why when people come to me with that New Testament, any shape, form, or fashion, or Islam, or anything, I know right there that it's no light in them. Huh? Yeshaya chapter 8. If they speak not according to the law and to the testimony, why? It's because there's no light in them. If they talking any kind of idolatry, I know they can't see. And I also understand the reason why they can't see, because when you go to, again, we've talked about this in the past, Ezekiel chapter 14, right? What is it? Ezekiel chapter 20 as well, right? I think it's 20. Yeah, I know it's 14. What did Yah say when those men who came to Ezekiel to inquire of Yah, they wanted him to go to Yah to inquire for them? And how did Yah respond to them, huh? Then came certain of the elders of Israel unto me. This is Ezekiel 14th chapter. And set before me. And the word of Yah came unto me, saying, Son of man, these men have set up their idols in their heart, and put the stumbling block of their iniquity before their face. Should I be inquired of it all by them? Therefore speak unto them and say unto them, Thus saith the Lord Yah, every man of the house of Israel that sets up his idols in his heart and puts the stumbling block of his iniquity before his face and comes to the prophet, I Yah will answer him that comes according to the multitude of his idols, that I may take the house of Israel in their own heart, because they are all estranged from me through their idols. Therefore say unto the house of Israel, Thus saith the Lord Yah, repent and turn yourselves. Remember earlier I said, if you don't remember, when you go back over this later, when it's put up, you heard me when I said, you understand what they got there in Malachi chapter 4 about El-Ir? You know, the way Esau translated, he gonna turn, you understand, the heart of the children back to Yah. Can't no human being turn another human being. You got to turn yourself. You can be directed, but no human being can turn another human being. And again, if people come to Yah, you understand, and the prophet of Yah, the servants of Yah, to inquire about Yah, but they got their idols set up in their heart, Yah gonna answer them according to the idols in their heart. And that's what it's saying here, chapter 14, Ezekiel, right? I'm pretty sure it says similar thing in, what is it, chapter 20 or 22? Yeah, 22. Okay, 22 Ezekiel, basically the same thing, a little bit different, but basically the same thing on the same note. Okay? Okay, so, we'll call it a session for today. And remember, this is the Sabbath day for all of you out there. Anytime, you know, you're doing your Sabbath day, it's not a day for hoorah, it's not a day for nonsense, it's a day for focus, commitment, and submission. Okay? Again, you can go read chapter 58, Yeshaya, Isaiah. Yah makes that plain there. He also makes it plain in 56th chapter, Yeshaya, Isaiah, right? Keeps the Sabbath day from polluting it. And as always, it's my pleasure, Yah, it's our pleasure, you know, and not only Yah and myself, but, you know, Yeshaya, Yedida, and any and all of the rest of you out there who count yourselves as servants of Yah righteousness, the King. So with that, for Yah righteousness, Jerusalem and the Holy See to be continued, okay? And Yah bless.
Okay.